getting hugged by a poodle, or possibly mugged by a poodle for a biscuit. What is it? Do you want a hug or a biscuit? Biscuit. He is such a poodle. He is. Hello!
Oh, for the love of Mike.
Hello, everyone. Right then. So, today we're joined by Dragon, Fleet of Oceans, Foxo, and of course, Runon. Now, let me just get chat to work. That's okay, that's working. Ah, now that's working. So, hello everyone. How are we all doing? Hopefully this is working across all the different systems it's supposed to be working. It is, and I have a poodle in my lap who has helpfully taken off my headphones to get in my lap. Oh, poodles. Hello. You're gorgeous. You are gorgeous. Oh, God, Lord. So what do I owe the pleasure of this mild mugging? Oh. Questions should be open. Will people put in questions? I can hear Fleet, so it's still working.
I'm here. Yes, I've not gone anywhere for the most part.
And I've had to get my stuff reconfigured so that I can... I'm working with a new desk configuration, so this way I can just look up from my work and I can see chat and all you beautiful people and make sure that you're all behaving.
Now, there's a question already come in from Steve. Alex, we discussed on Discord on Thursday, after the differences in the hulls of the Mary Rose, Victory and Warrior, looking at length to beam ratios for each ship, there is a very small difference in the two older wooden vessels compared to Warrior. So what is the theoretical maximum length to beam ratio for wood alone vessels? Well, you've pretty much got it. They found themselves very quickly getting to the length to beam ratio. It's a little bit longer. You can do a little bit longer.
Everybody just hold tight on your questions for a moment. YouTube is acting up.
Oh, YouTube is acting up.
No, it's not this. To be clear, Dr. Clarke, it's not the stream. It is the bot's interface with YouTube. For some reason, it is being disgruntled.
Oh,
and not
lovely.
working.
Oh,
how dare it be disgruntled?
It often is. Anyway, so length to beam ratio is one of those things which, for wooden ships, we find the maximum quite early on because there's a certain level of reinforcement you need to build into it, and there's a certain level of structural strength it can take, and... Hello. Oh, good lord. Floppy beasts. Oh, floppy beasts. Floppy beasts. Oh, floppy beast. So, with that being said, pretty much it's a little bit longer than what they did, but as you the example I normally give is if you have a look at the frigates, which I mentioned in the when talking about HMS Warrior and her origins. Those frigates are about the longest you can build, and then you realise their service life and how short it is. And that basically tells you everything that went wrong with it. That is the correct version, isn't it, Runon, to be active?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Can you go into the bot and make sure?
I tuned it. Although I guess like a researcher or something. Yeah.
Can you go into the bot and make sure that your credentials for YouTube haven't been invalidated?
Yes, I will go into the bot and have an
That's
argument.
the last thing we want.
Because it's reading Twitch fine. It's just completely ignoring YouTube.
That's annoying.
Let's go to platforms, command, actions, integrations. Okay, let me just go to got Twitch integrator servers and clients. having fun with it going through the... Okay, just in case I've been stupid and I managed to go to the wrong section, which section do I go to check for YouTube integration?
Let me open mine up. There's Nightbot's reading chat.
Mm-hmm.
Loading, loading, loading. Putting it somewhere weird. Yeah, YouTube broke the stream. Okay, it's gonna be platforms.
Yep.
So platforms, YouTube account. And it should say broadcaster account status connected.
Yeah, they're all also connected. Broadcast account is, yep, connected. And should I disconnect and reconnect?
Wait one. While I try and do a little bit more diag, do you want to just go over the slight change for chat content that we hashed out yesterday?
Oh yeah. So basically we've been having some fun because there are people who have some very real questions about things, and that's fine. And Bruships is the general question one, so there's going to be more politics and things like that. But to try and avoid there being, especially issues with YouTube's new guidelines, we've come up with the rule that now, if you're chatting, Bruships we're going to be more flexible with, but in any video, if you're chatting in the chat section, can we try and keep it loosely defined, but within the parameters of the topic being discussed? Now, this to give you a sort of example, if we're talking about 18th century Age of Sail, and we're talking about the ships of the line, then bringing up how the sinking of Bismarck didn't get sunk, she sunk herself, would not be considered really relevant to the conversation when we're talking about ships blowing up. I know you can tangentially connect it, but realistically, it's not really relevant. And I'm using a history example because I'm avoiding the politics examples, because there are issues with that going through, and we want to try and keep it to the topics that the sort of stream is about. Now, Bruships, of course, is going to involve in more politics, it's going to involve more economics, it's going to involve those things because it's more of a general question, naval history questions, and it wanders around the full gamut. No sharing recipes then. If you want to share food recipes, that's more than welcome, but please do that in the community section of the YouTube site.
And don't share recipes for things which are not edible more than once.
Yes. And specifically,
because we did have somebody attempt to do that recently.
Yeah, specifically, and I'm going to bring up Charles by name on this, because Charles got upset that he felt it was the UK government which was stopping him sharing the details. No, it's YouTube, the company, which don't like us talking the details. Specifically, I'm uploaded as an education/history tuber, and I keep to within that level in order to basically get the maximum revenue from any ads which are played. And sharing things like recipes for explosives, unless it's specifically an explosives video, is going to get me into trouble. So no.
Okay, Dr. Clarke, I would go ahead and try and re-authenticate StreamerBot to Google. I have no idea why it's only working on Twitch.
I have signed into both.
Either that or just re-sign in. If that doesn't fix it, then we'll restart StreamerBot, and if that doesn't fix it, then we'll go to sneaker netting it.
How's that? Now working?
I'll get. I'll hang tight for a couple of minutes. Did we get through the meat on? Oh, we got
Steve's one, yeah.
Lions came in.
Lions, I think, is on Twitch, I'm going to guess.
Yes. So yeah, that's his first question of the night. There are two more on Twitch. One more on Twitch.
And it's not connecting with...
Yeah, guys, if you don't see the questions open banner in your chat, the bot is not working on your chat.
No.
So everybody in YouTube, continue to keep your powder dry until I say otherwise.
That might be because on YouTube it currently does say questions open.
Is that on the
Does
screen?
it say that?
Yeah.
Yes. That doesn't mean anything. That's...
I'll do that.
Yeah.
So that so people realise that, we are trying to get the things sorted out. If the questions have been submitted, they haven't been taken in by the bot for some reason from YouTube.
Yeah. If you don't get the reply message, the bot didn't grab it.
Basically, if the bot's not responding to you.
Oh, I hate YouTube so much sometimes. Why do you have to make things more complicated than they already are?
It loves to. It's been doing a lot of updates recently.
Yeah, I bet you they've changed something and it hasn't been updated. Or there's some weird...
Anyway, whilst you look at that, let's do Lions' question. What are each of the panel's most favourite ship on aesthetics alone? Okay, well, the only one who doesn't need to answer that question is, of course, Fleet. So everyone else move on from there. Foxo, my lady, please save us from what inevitably is coming out of Fleet.
I let Dragon go first. I've got a decision to make.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a boring one, but Warspite in her 1942 camouflage.
Okay.
Although the reason I was laughing was not because of what you all think. The reason I was laughing was because the question was very specific. It said, on aesthetics alone. And that's not Hosh.
God, no, that's Carnot.
Wait, did you actually get your eyes fixed?
That's Carnot. He's going to say Carnot, isn't he?
No,
He's
no,
gonna say
no.
Carnot.
Anton's fleet?
No,
Anton's?
no. On aesthetics alone, the ships I find most, the ship I find most attractive is the Russian armored cruiser Rurik. The second one.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Like
I said, favorite ship on aesthetic alone. It's Rurik. I just like. She looks right. She looks right.
The one from 1906.
Yes.
That's what looks right to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's Fleet. Are you surprised?
Yeah, 3 funnels. A primary and secondary turret. 2 wing-mounted twins for its secondary battery. Nice string of casemates along the hull. Nice clean lines. No cluttered superstructure. Yeah.
Let's just move on. Before
I was going to give you mine.
Okay.
Yes.
Mine. Okay.
Foxo.
Mine, because I. Okay, Foxo first.
No. I think she looks significantly better than Warspite because of the center turret. So it's got to be HMS Iron Duke.
Mm-hmm.
She's got the lines, she's got the casemates that don't look like an angry porcupine. And it's that gap in the superstructure that really makes it.
Yeah.
And she's 10 guns, and the 5 turret with 2 super firing is just peak dreadnought. Like peak steam and steel. I'm gonna punch you in the face and laugh at you, sort of look, which is the most important thing in
Uh,
it
yeah,
when it
it
comes to
is.
warships.
It is. Runon?
Uh, Go ahead and close BreamerBot and then reopen it.
Okay.
We'll
Your
see if that works. Twitch, don't worry, your stuff has been archived.
and Medi, I will say this. Yes, the World War II camouflage did work. It's one of those things. It's a useful thing to have, especially when people are using visual identification, and it's something I expect to come back as we get onto AI systems more. Something which you can to try and trick. There's going to be a period where they're going to be trickable.
All right, bot just came back up, at least on the back end. That does not mean submit questions. I'm grabbing the ones I can and manually transferring them over from YouTube.
If you don't get something telling you bot on,
Lebot is not on.
then bot is not on. Yeah. Is it connecting into YouTube?
I don't know yet. I am working my way back down.
Oh, well, next question. Michael Cooch. Could someone on a ship-shaped crew send back us an email update on where we are, please? No news on the back rewards or the Trafalgar game for some time now. I will pass it on to Garius.
For what it's worth, I have received my Australia challenge coin.
Okay, you've received
I got
Australia.
that 2-3 weeks ago.
So we now got to get to the Scandi challenge coins. We're slowly getting there. Oh, good lord. The system's going to be far better next time round, but we've got everything worked out now. None of us knew it was going to take so long to... none of us predicted it was going to take so long for us to be happy with the things. Paul Amos. How many old rated ships were used as a training and school ships, and which was the last one? The last one... Well, the thing is, HMS Victory was being used as a school ship in World War II. Because they were using her for lessons for the young officers going through in World War II.
This is...
But in terms of properly being used... Ooh, it's probably... It's probably HMS Implacable. Because she was being used till 1949. Although it's worthwhile noting the last ship of the line to be sunk by enemy action was HMS Wellesley, which was sunk in an air raid in 1940. Yeah.
Oh, I know what I'm doing for the next 5 hours.
What?
Okay.
Wait, how much is sunk then?
Oh, and for the record, because I know this is probably going to get me some flack from everybody, I actually quite like the Independences, LCSs,
Okay.
aesthetically. I actually like their overall hull design,
That won't get you too much flack.
which I know is heresy to say that anything about that LCS program is good.
No,
But-
the Trimarine hulls do look good.
All right, I have absolutely zero idea why no, I have one idea. Let me look at something to see how I sent this out, but I don't think that's it. It's okay. Carry on.
Okay, so now if you do a YouTube question, at Steve
At
Clarke,
mod.
and Steve will make sure they get potted over, as he doesn't mind. He often does put questions in and moves questions to the chat anyway. So I'll make use of his
Rumsfeld?
skills.
Rumsfeld. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? 40 knots is too fast for anything bigger than a rib.
Okay, so Black Horse, how much of a difference would a landing ship tank or landing ship design that could be built in the outcome be in the outcome of World War One? Look, the thing is, if you have such a design in World War One, that means you've done quite a lot of amphibious warfare development and thought process prior to World War One, which means you probably have a doctrine that fits in a plan of operations, which should preclude Gallipoli being like Gallipoli was. So that, as we talked about, winning Gallipoli has an effect on the war, if it could be won. There's also the scenario that having such forces and such vessels suddenly makes the Baltic plan highly more likely, which might mean the Germans want to retain more soldiers in Germany to protect their coast just in case, which could have an effect on how heavy their hits are. But difference is going to depend how it's used, how many vessels are available, and what they can do. Just keep messaging Steve. We want Steve to get plenty of messages.
Don't kill Steve.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Steve has fun with it. Just let's hope it's working tomorrow when it's fleet's time.
Well, it should be fine because mine only deals with YouTube, so it should be all right.
Yours
And I
is an almost exact clone of Clark's.
Yeah.
The only thing that is different is some of the messages, and which have just essentially had Dr. Clark switched for Fleet, and the webhooks to the Discord server.
There you go.
Give me OBS.
Come on,
Also, the
Cameron.
advantage-
Question: with tanks and armored cars having a partly Royal Navy start with the UK, what other tech started with any navy but the public don't realise? Microwaves. Honestly, there's quite a lot when you start to think through it. Most of the fibre optic stuff started with naval research. A fairly large chunk of the current generation of electromagnetic stuff started with naval research. Gas power stations come from marine gas engines, not jet engines. Radar has... Okay, the range finding technology was being developed by navies. It was that range finding technology, radio range finding technology, which was turned into radar. That's ranging and direction. No, radio assisted direction and ranging radar. Oh, it's lovely once you go through acronyms and things, but there's a fair amount of things really. Anything you can think of, Fleet?
Not off the top of my head. I think you've pretty much covered most of it.
I think the modern one-handed stir-fry pan might also have its history in navies from memory. because it isn't traditional. It isn't the traditional traditional stir fry wok system, which had traditionally been made. But when you were doing the cooking on ship, you needed to make it so you could still have a hand to hold on if the ship was moving in rough sea. And I seem to remember it was something to do with the Japanese Navy, but I might be completely wrong. It's one of those things where you have this story in your head, and this thing in your head, and you're going, I know I've read it somewhere, but I'm not quite. It's not something I've gone and independently verified, so it's depending entirely on another author, another historian. But it does fit. There's a lot of things which have been developed, which were historically always two-handed systems, which have been made down to one-handed systems, so you could hold with one hand while you were holding on with the other hand to stabilize you. Right then. Nice to get everyone. Okay, try not to be political. Am I right the Royal Air Force Poseidon won't be axed, as all 9 are in service, the infrastructure board is in place, and the US top support is an act of war? Oh, for goodness sake. Knight, no, it won't be axed. Why? That's many, many levels beyond what we're doing. I had this honest conversation with someone the other day where they were literally sitting there going, oh, we now need this, 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 and we should cut all naval forces because we need to invest in armed forces and land forces to defend against Russia for Europe. And I went, okay, that's fine. And what's your predicators? Well, America no longer support us. Okay, so America's no longer supporting us. So if we cut our naval forces, then what happens if America goes from actively not supporting us? And I was doing this literally as a forward exercise to wind them up. I didn't realise they'd take it seriously. I didn't realise it goes from the America actively not supporting us to America actively being against us, and we have no naval strength. Oh, good lord, we need to be prepared against a stab in the back. And I was going, oh, good lord. I didn't realise I was dealing with a child. Okay. There are several points beyond which we have to go for those things to happen.
But also, if I can chip in very quickly,
Yeah.
you don't axe things that you already have in service.
No.
It'd be like saying, well, it'd be like saying, like, even if the person who has, and I mean, to be blunt, we've seen that it is possible for a nation to operate a platform without the availability of easy resupply. Ukraine's Air Force. The majority of assets in Ukraine's Air Force come from the people they are actively shooting at.
Yeah.
And they have kept them going.
And
so
also,
we need to move away. We need to move away as much as possible from assets that are tied into US supply chains as much as possible in future. But we don't have to completely cut off our relationship with the US because the current administration will only last 4 years. And B, what I'm saying is we don't have to cut off our relationship with the US. Let's not jump the gun and throw the baby out with the bathwater here. And B, we don't have to do it with all platforms either.
No. But also, I would say it's kind of like I'm going to combine the two things. Melanie, yes, you're quite right. The modern the modern stuff are all modern turbines are all aeroderivative turbines, but the thing is the original turbines came from the marine side, and of course the marine ones also originally came from the aircraft side, and they would be modified, and it's only once you worked out modifications for putting them on ships, then they worked out the modifications for putting them on into things. Although actually I think power plants and that on land actually happened before in terms of wide-scale implementation than ships, but you know it's basically it's marine technology. And the thing what we're talking about here is honestly Britain's bigger problem with the Poseidon program is we don't have enough of them. It's like the big problem with the 767. We need more of them, and it'll be far more. It's a case of I think there is a level of which can be pushed to. There is a level of things which can be done. But I think there's also a reality that if, let's say, if any president, doesn't matter who it was, suddenly announced today, let's say tomorrow, whichever, if it wouldn't matter if it was Trump in charge or Obama or anyone. Let's say there's a president in charge tomorrow, comes from whatever side, suddenly announced that, oh, we're going to go to war with Denmark to take Greenland, or anything like that. They're not gonna get it. They're not gonna do it. They're not going to have. Their forces are going to go. Is that a lawful order? There are going to be issues. Why are we doing
all
this?
it takes is a few. All it takes is a few. Doesn't even have to be the majority of the armed forces. All it takes is a few people going.
Probably would be
like
no, Fleet. Let's
no,
think about
no,
this.
I know it would be. No, I'm saying it doesn't matter. It fundamentally doesn't matter. I'm basically shutting down an argument that I can see coming up, saying, well, what if it's only a few? It fundamentally doesn't matter how many people.
Considering how
Question
integrated the American armed forces and services are, and how integrated their country, they're not gonna. It's a case of these are organizations and these are people they've been fighting alongside for years. And they're not going to. So the thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Trump can try and... There's a reason Trump trying economic sanctions or these things to try and get his way on these things. But fundamentally, it might be a dream he has, but I don't see it at the current level turning into a war. Or turning into a thing for aggression. I see it trying to be negotiating a deal for it. And I think the answer is going to be a solid no. Because that is what the political parties in Greenland have certainly been stressing. And that's what the political parties in Denmark have been suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my diagnostics have shown that the bot works on my machine.
Where have we heard that one before? It's the good old machine on one end, not on the other. This happens on a shockingly regular basis with software, doesn't it, Ruinard?
It is something to do with the interlink between Dr. Clarke's machine and Dr. Clarke's YouTube channel. I have no idea. It almost acts as if YouTube did not open up the API spigots or API key when you went live on YouTube. That is what this looks like, because the bot does not work when you're in the waiting room for a live, or I don't even know if it works for Premiere. But I got nothing. So our options are either sneakernet it or restart the stream. Knight, you kind of jumped off the deep end with that last one.
Yeah.
Calm down.
And yeah, any declaration of war, Congress has to ratify. And yeah, it's also the other problem is that there are enough people in America who realize that any of those sort of things are going to cause them trouble forever. You only have to do these things once, especially in a modern world. I only have to do them once. But yeah, it's don't worry. It's one of the few things I do agree with is I do think there is a Trump derangement syndrome, but I don't perceive it the same way others do it. I perceive it as he seems to live rent-free in so many people's heads and their nightmares for somehow, and they just keep adding and adding and adding on to what he's going to do. And you sit there and go, A, wait to see what he does, and B, the guy changes his mind every 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his way. No point having a nightmare about what he might do until he actually does it, because he might do something completely different you weren't having a nightmare about. So why waste the energy?
Yeah,
it's
that's Donald Trump in an armor-plated.
and
That's
don't
Donald
take this
Trump
the
in
wrong
an
way,
armor-plated nutshell.
but I deal with people who have the same thing over Putin and Xi Jinping, and I sit there and go, "There's no point. There's no point. Just they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Plan for how you look after yourself. Plan to look out how to look after your country, and plan for have plans for reasonable contingencies. That is all you
Yeah,
can
it's
do. Anything beyond
Mhm.
that is just adding extra stress to your life that you don't need to add.
Mm-hmm. It's basically this is the thing that everyone forgets. It's not so much about everyone being afraid of what Trump's going to do. It's basically the fact that nearly 2 decades of certainty with U.S. foreign policy, and that includes Trump's last term, have basically been upended, and now
Yeah.
everyone has to, and now governments are having to do things day by day, which the current security setup for governments basically in Europe they're not set up to handle.
Oh yeah, no.
So they're now trying to
They have
work.
had.
They're now
They have spent 30 years dismantling all the things which gave them independent capability because they were never going to need it, and now they're having a panic attack. And honestly, there are people like me who were advising them for far too many of the last 30 years, laughing our behinds off.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious.
I would say, to Carl's point, this administration has a disturbing trend line of circumventing judicial orders.
Yeah, but you can only circumvent them for so long before you get into trouble in America. You're a very litigious society. Now, Hendrik
Yes, which
Beaufort.
relies on the judicial orders. So if you're ignoring the judicial orders, it doesn't matter how many lawsuits get.
Yeah, but eventually they reach a critical mass. Hendrik Beaufort. If Japan built not treaty-fast 8-inch cruisers with 3 quad turrets, built non-treaty-fast 8-inch cruisers with 3 quad turrets, ABC layout, and approximately 20,000 tons instead of Yamato's and Megami's, Tony's Kadaras, how many could they construct? How many, I guess?
Where are we exactly?
Hendrik Beaufort. Question up here.
I got it. Yeah. Should probably be marking them with the little tick,
We
so
are.
we know where we are.
There's
Are
a
we?
green
Yep.
tick.
Am
There's a green tick.
Oh my lord, I am so wow. Okay, we're back here. Oh, we're back here. All right.
There's a green. There's
Non-treaty.
Can anyone else please tell me? Can you see the green tick?
Right.
I can see
Yes,
it.
Yeah,
I can see it.
this is a fleet problem,
Hmm.
and not the U.S. Navy type.
Am I wrong to think they actually probably won't get really many more ships than they got historically?
Mm-hmm.
All right, just okay,
Honestly,
so,
the nicest way, the big waste is going to be is literally trying to produce enough engines. So they will probably get. I could see them getting this to so that's about 8, so that's 11. I could see them getting, instead of the 11 ships we're talking about, I could see them getting around about 14, 15, but that's about it. It's not going to change things dramatically.
Also, I slightly question. Oh, sorry, go on, Ron.
we just to be clear, we've got a the last question I have checked off before a jump is is Henrik Botha's if Japan built non-treaty 8-inch cruisers.
Yeah.
Are we working now?
Yeah, working from there. That's why I ticked it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to figure out where I am.
Yeah.
And then just for the bot status, just to be clear, on Twitch, it is working. On YouTube, for whatever reason, it only works on my machine, which does us no good because my machine doesn't have Dr. Clarke's logins, and I don't want it to have Dr. Clarke's logins. So, YouTube, just be patient with the mod staff. We'll do the best we can. Some of you are going to get missed. I'm sorry. We're humans. We're working with the best that we've got.
Okay. And we'll see what we can
Also,
do.
I'm slightly confused why Katorai's even mentioned here, because A, the Katoris were very useful training ships, and B, they really didn't take up very big yards at all. They're pretty small ships.
I know. That's what I was thinking.
Like-
Basically the whole advantage just comes from the Yamatos because they take up so much yard space and take up so long. So that's why I'm basically going, well, if you don't have the Mugabes and Tones and Ibukis and you don't have the Yamatos, you can probably get about 15 ships, and I'm just presuming you're building escorts instead of the Katoris.
Mm-hmm.
No, we've decided actually Mark Harkness Canton is the ugliest imaginable ship. I know Fleet again disagrees on this, but Canton. Look it up. Look it up. Not Canton, Carno. Look up Carno. It's just, yeah. But be prepared, you will go blind after looking at it.
Wait. Something beats the Dantons are being ugly.
Yeah, look up the Carno.
Oh yeah, even I can't even. Yeah, it's just seriously, France. What were you thinking? Even Hosh looks better.
Fact
Yeah.
that
It's just
the fact that it takes the Carnot for you to ask that of the French is deeply concerning. The fact that we have to go as far as the Carnot to get there is just.
It's a French ship, Melanie.
Of course, it's a French ship.
Calvin Gasberg, thoughts on the Shahid Bagheri helicopter carrier? Didn't I talk about that earlier? I'm sure I had a question about
Yes,
that.
you did. You talked about it on Twitch. I remember because it was one of the first questions I heard after waking up.
Basically, it's an interesting idea. In various navies around the world, it could be an escort carrier. In navies which have decent air defense and other protocols, like maybe the Algerian Navy, etc., it could probably be a very interesting asset and force multiplier. As it is, my suspicion in the Iranian Navy is that thing is going to be a missile sponge.
To be fair, that is what the Iranian Navy, generally speaking, is against the first rank opponent.
Mm-hmm.
A first rank. Oh, don't take it the wrong way.
I'm trying to give them a little bit of credit, okay?
Okay.
While the Iranian government is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, in my opinion.
The thing is, the Iranian naval
I'm-
personnel are actually usually quite good sailors.
Yeah, I
The
was about to
equipment
say,
the equipment they are given though is propaganda value only.
I was going to say that I believe that the Iranian government is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm sure that their sailors are actually some quite capable and intelligent people, but they're just being led by religious absolutists, which is always fun. In any
You have the same trouble with
context.
anyone who is how do I put this? A fundamentalist in any way, whether they're a political fundamentalist, religious fundamentalist, whatever they are. I'm fairly sure if they're a
Yes.
mathematical fundamentalist, they'd be exactly the same. The thing is, once you are a fundamentalist of any kind, you have a very fixed worldview, and you believe the world should work as you think it should.
Now, you
And
can
it
be a
takes-
fundamentalist about the National Electric Code. That you can be, and you'll get along just fine.
I'm not sure. I think there always needs to be a level of pragmatism in these things.
But I mean, I am all for a certain level of pragmatism, but there are some things that I would actually say you need to be slightly more emotional on. There are certain principles that shouldn't be sacrificed, no matter
mean
what
I
level of
can't have one-
pragmatism.
You mean I can't have the apprentice that's built like a linebacker throw me out of the fourth story plate glass window?
Yeah.
Aww.
Timu and Stafford, this dog knows how to milk you. He really does. Black Horse. Stafford, I'm skipping your question because we just sort of answered it. In terms of the Iranian drone carrier. Black Horse. Question. How much of a difference would a landing ship tank... We answered that one as well.
Mm-hmm.
See, Clarke, AOS vessel. Is there a sail area calculation rule of thumb, age of sails, which defines the maximum speed and efficiency for a particular size of vessel? Actually, this keeps changing throughout the period as they find ways of adding on more sail. As they find ways of making, especially, not just the masts stronger and more capable of taking the weight, but also various things of adding to the rigging and adding to the cross beams, the cross trees, basically. And as they get stronger, as they get better at doing that, as they get more flexible, they can add on more sails. And this is when you start to get sails outside of sails, and you start to get sails going very high. You start to get, instead of a square sail system, a sail going up, you have almost a sort of sail pyramid around each mast. So it changes as time goes on, as technology improves, and that does affect speed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Base Boy, why did the 120mm on the L class and onwards have such big gaps between the guns? On the L class onwards, well, the L class have with their design of 120mm, it's the true dual-purpose 120mm. And it's such a big gap because of spacing for the mechanism to allow the guns to do what they need to do. Plus, they're powered, whereas the ones on the earlier 124, i.e. 4.7 inch, they were how do I explain this? They were mandraulic. Okay? The earlier ones were mandraulic. There was a level of hydraulic capability going on there, but a lot of it was manpower. So it's mandraulic. Okay? Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Loki's children. Did German Navy have plans to build more aircraft carriers after Graal Zeppelin? Yes, they did. They were not getting any better, though. Team Looker, was there any serious effort by the IGN to block the shipping lanes from the USA to New Zealand and Australia?
That is a big point of why Guadalcanal was such an
Mhm.
important campaign.
Yeah, basically,
the Japanese
Guadalcanal is the
full
attempt.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Japanese full well knew that the best way to block shipping to Australia is to actually threaten Australian ports, rather than try to make an effort to interdict the actual lanes of shipping themselves. Because
Well,
yeah,
also
they're-
with a full fat air base on Guadalcanal, they could push maritime patrol and attack aircraft to menace the northern to middle shipping lanes from.
Oh yeah. And the thing
You'd
is,
essentially have to divert the shipping lanes far south. I think possibly into Arctic waters or Antarctic waters, to get them out of the range.
yep. Kelvin Gasberg, the future and current wellness of such light craft like the OV-10 Super Tucano X in naval warfare.
Drones.
Honestly, yeah, it is drones. But here's the thing: every time someone brings up light aircraft to me and talks about them with these missions, usually I go, "Okay, so what mission do you want them to do?" We'd like them to do this mission. Okay, in what kind of environment? And the trouble is with light aircraft, the reason the aircraft size have been getting heavier and the bigger you have the bigger aircraft these days is because you want them to do more, but also the level of environment they're going to deal with. One of the big things we talk about the F-35 is there is no kill switch. Please note, there is no kill switch for the F-35. What there is a logistics system which is highly integrated across the world, and a mission planning system which is highly integrated across the world, using databases of various electronic warfare systems, etc., so they can adjust their profile and plan things as best they can. And if you want to cause trouble for these systems, by cutting off access, you can then slowly reduce a fleet's viability. It's not a kill switch that's going to kill it in real time. It's a weeks, months degradation of fleet operations, of your aircraft fleet operations. Now, to replace F-35s or anything like that, Eurofighters, all these things, you can't do that with light aircraft. Light aircraft are going to be single mission, single role. I've put them in fleets. I've talked about how you could use them for things. And usually it comes down to, I want something to fulfill the role of reconnaissance asset. I want something to fulfill the role of fleet support or force support in counterinsurgency missions, low threat environments. So yeah, they'll make sense for that. They don't necessarily make sense as a one-for-one replacement. Now, I'd add that the problem is with a lot of these systems, especially those sort of electronic systems like I just mentioned, the integrated logistics system and the integrated mission planning system, is whilst they are advanced and whilst they are very, very high spec, to an extent, they have not been replicated, and there are not alternatives to them because there didn't need to be alternatives to them. Be very careful about manufacturing a need for an alternative to them, because they are a computer system, and an alternate need not be a perfect solution to provide a viable operational solution. Okay? That is always something you have to remember when we talk about these systems. What are you up to? Did it? What are you looking?
And also, so the OV-10, that's your observer aircraft. So that's Predator, Global Hawk, that type of aircraft. Now, Super Tucano, that's
Training/light strike.
Yeah, I've heard some people posit that as a replacement for the A-10 in a casserole.
Well, no, bear in mind, the A-10's not been a CAS aircraft for some time now. It's a light bomber.
And
as a replacement.
In answer to your question, the Sam, who's just put in there, if your quartermaster's got a hook for a hand, a peg for a leg, and now he's asking for a glass eye subscription service, are you paying too much for pirate healthcare? Probably not, but I would ask if if all those deductibles are coming from his paycheck or coming from somewhere else, because that's got to be a lot of bling. Carry on.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for an American pirate.
Yeah, that's gonna.
But yeah, just to very quickly finish the point I was making, which was to replace the light bomber. Yeah, you can probably use Super Tucano or an equivalent airframe to replace the A-10 in that role.
Really? You'd like to take a Super Tucano into the same environment the A-10 was designed for?
Considering the A-10's, the only thing with the A-10 was that its pilots should survive rather than the airframe itself. Honestly, yeah, I kind of would, given that the airframes will last about the same amount of time.
Yeah, but the A-10's got more oomph.
Honestly, not really. It's got that 30mm cannon, but that thing's about as dangerous to its own side as it is to, well...
Isn't it a 40?
Yeah, no, it is a 30, but, it's also got a very large amount of other ordnance it can use.
Yeah.
Can I just find out what the poodle is licking?
After countless refits.
What's he randomly licking?
Yeah, but
if my
it needs to be put out back and finally shot. The A-10 has had its day. It needs to be put out back and politely had a bullet
But
put
that's
through
kind of
its
like
head.
the B-52.
yeah.
No, that is not the same.
Yes, it
It
is.
The B-52 still has a valid role. The A-10 is...
So does the A-10.
The A-10 keeps being modernized and upgraded.
So what role does the A-10 no longer fulfill? Or what is the role that has now vanished from the A-10 that it no longer has a role?
If you're retaining it as a light bomber, fine.
It was never used.
If you're retaining it as an actual... Well, that's the role it's in now, to be perfectly honest
It's
with
a ground
you.
attack aircraft.
It is, but it
close
does
combat
that
support
role.
asset.
You...
Can we hear Fleet's argument as well before we tear it to shreds? It'll be interesting.
Will be nice.
As we've seen, in an environment where you have a large amount of air, taking aircraft close to provide direct gun support or direct rocket attack support is dangerous in the extreme, and that's with aircraft that are much faster than the A-10. Now, as a light bomber, where it stays back at slightly more range, it still is a viable role, but at that point, you're not using the 30mm cannon, you're not using some of the more survivable features of the A-10. Why not replace it with... If you're keeping it for that role, fine. But I would actually look for a replacement.
But so
You can't take
Okay,
you
but-
can't take the A-10 into an environment that exists nowadays.
You're
You
right,
can.
but we also have these missions called Wild Weasel missions and these nice munitions called Harms.
Yeah,
And
but
that's why you are sending
it's
in
not-
F-15s and F-18s in a strike configuration with all of the ECM and radiation homing missiles to sanitize area air defense and local air defense to the greatest extent possible so that all you are left with are man-portable and older, slower, lower-tech systems. You're never going to send an A-10 into an area that's being guarded by a system like Patriot.
I
Oh,
think,
no, but
in
not-
my mind, the A-10 is going to survive in service until it's replaced by drones in the close air support role, and that is it. Because ultimately, the A-10's major mission in close air support is not necessarily damage the enemy; it's morale for your own side. The thing
Which
that's
to
going over
me-
the head going over the head are the F-35s. That'll do the deal, but you'll probably never see those as a ground support as a ground specialist.
Medi, that's the point. The point is that the A-10 is not going to go into an environment in which there are multiple SAM systems active.
The A-10 is
Wait.
Leslie. I'm sorry. The A-10 has never been the best in
Wait.
classic ground attack.
Wait,
It has.
Wait.
Yeah, no. It has
Fully-
been.
wait,
Because for a long
Foxo.
time, it's been the only
Foxo,
aircraft
Foxo.
class.
Foxo.
Mm.
I will mute
Like
both
Rimfire.
of you if I need to. The A-10 is not going to go into a scenario in which there is multiple active SAM systems. It is what's going to happen is you're going to have Wild Weasel missions go in and take out those SAM systems and give it room, as well as fighters like the F-22, F-18, F-30. Well, not really F-35, but F-35 in a pinch, F-15 or F-16, flying top cover to keep air off of it, and then the A-10 will go to work.
Yeah,
I will
35
point
is
out
actually
that-
pretty
Just
good
like-
air defense aircraft. It's not an aircraft which is designed to engage its opponents in dogfights and things like that. It's designed to unleash missiles on them at long range and just go, oh, so you're no longer alive?
The thing you've got to bear in mind
Actually,
is
I'm gonna
that even if
contest
you
Rui here.
even if you clear out all of the radar directed air defense assets,
Yes.
that still leaves heat tracking assets and direct fire guns, which will slice an
Yes,
A-10
and
to shred.
The A-10 does the nap of the earth stuff, but also in the nicest way. The thing is, the A-10 turns up in a highly dynamic scenario, stops, blasts straight through. Theoretically, Richard Gross membership is supposed to stop adverts, but I'm not quite sure if it does or doesn't. There's been disputes I've heard, discussions I've heard as either way. So yeah, it's one of those things of look. I don't see the N10 going before it's replaced by a drone to do the same role. I don't think it's
Like I said,
appropriate.
Yeah, but
That's the
it's
thing.
it's
Okay.
become
And I don't think
well, can I
you're going to start procuring a new crewed aircraft for that role, because any crewed aircraft you procure, include any of those options discussed, are going to be fundamentally less survivable for their aircrew, and that's just not a viable option in the modern political scenario.
very quickly. I'm just gonna
Okay, well, I'm gonna-
what the guy
wait.
says.
Wait, I'm going to squash you because
Stop.
Fox has been trying
Yeah.
to get a word in edgewise for the last 5 minutes.
Because I think we're all missing the hedge for the cat here. The A-10's value is in low intensity theaters where you're operating from rural airfields. Airfields you can't operate stuff like a Strike Eagle from. You can't operate Predator drones from. But you can operate an A-10 from there. And as long as the US is
Look at them.
trapped in an endless cycle of modern, almost colonial conflicts, it's gonna still have a use. Because sometimes you need something that can land on a bit of dirt
Hmm.
and take off on a bit of dirt.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't think it's ever at risk of being retired, and I'm not trying to say the aircraft is bad, but it's not the world-beating,
That is
brilliant
literally what
CAS
you said, though,
aircraft.
earlier ago.
Yeah,
That
but
is literally what you
but
said.
it's more of a case. But it's more of a case. I think you all were going on about it doesn't have a role in modern peer, especially peer combat. Let's be real. It's a lot of the B-52 in that case. It doesn't have a role in peer versus peer combat anymore.
Well, the B-52 does, as a missile truck.
B-52 doesn't.
Yeah, as a missile truck, it absolutely does.
The B-52
No.
Yeah.
B-52 is a massive missile truck, and it's what it's used for. And the new
Yeah.
hypersonics and those things are probably going to actually be operated from it rather than the other bombers because it's got a bigger bomb bay.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Yeah,
B-52
but
is cheap.
until those
Okay.
come in,
Even
it's
now, it
also
still has
a very old and vulnerable platform.
Yesn't.
Because I'm sorry, but there is extreme long-range missiles from interceptor aircraft that can hit one before the B-52 knows what's going on.
Well, if the B-52 is in a position where it's let itself get close enough to have one of those fired at it and hasn't yeeted, well, ideally the B-52 should be going in, yeeting its missiles via data link given to it from other platforms, and the enemy never knew it was there.
Yeah.
That's usually how
Now,
it
if-
works, but also
Uh,
the
if-
other
if-
scenario it often does is you go up against the B-52 and you're thinking, oh good, I've got a nice big bomber to engage. And oh look, there's a
But-
flock of seagulls.
Moving
Oh.
at 300 knots.
Yeah.
Oops. But I'm also going to say that if the and fleet point of order direct quote was the A-10 needs to be taken out back and finally shot. But also, if we need to get rid of the A-10, we also need to get rid of the Apache.
Maybe the Apache should have been replaced. Let's be
The
real.
the Apache and that essentially the Apache and that type of aircraft has the exact same vulnerabilities and to a certain extent worse than a close air support
And that was
aircraft
the whole
like
reason
the
behind the Comanche program, which was a gorgeous
Well,
aircraft.
no, the Comanche was a light scout helicopter with a limited attack roll rather than an Apache
No, it
replacement.
It had a very good attack roll.
Yeah, it wasn't the direct replacement for the Apache.
No. It was more the replacement for the Kiowa. But the thing is, the Comanche
Yeah.
would have led to, like the replacement for the Kiowa, the Kiowa's replacing the Huey in its role led to the Apache in its role replacing the Huey. Now, the Comanche replacing the Kiowa would have led to someone replacing
I suppose.
the Apache.
I suppose the reason.
Anyway.
suppose the reason
Right,
why
next
I.
question. Next question, because otherwise we will spend our entire evening on this sort of topic, and we have a lot of questions to get through. And Steve has dutifully copied them up. So, Black Horse, question. Why do Liberty ships and T2 tankers have so many instances of brittle fractures? Speed of construction. Speed of construction. And the materials being used for their construction
skip-
weren't always as
you
best.
skipped one.
I skipped one? Which one did I skip?
Yeah. Question
how-
from if you could have rifled muzzle loaders. So- Question: if naval vessels in the Age of Sail period could have had rifled muzzle-loader cannon, what would the range of engagement have become with vessels using the 36-pounder or 24-pounder shot?
Not much further than it has historically happened, because whilst rifling gives you accuracy, it doesn't give you range. That's due to the explosive power of the shot. So whilst rifling is going to make you more accurate at the range you're firing to, you're still going to fundamentally be hitting the water at the same range, because of the level,
Yeah.
the quality of the explosive you have.
And also, to be perfectly
probably
honest,
you'll actually probably have slightly reduced range because you're going to have more friction on the barrel, which is going to lower your muzzle velocity for the same amount of powder.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Additionally,
it's not going to have that much of an impact. You might add a little bit more powder into the charge, but that's not that.
and also,
That's gonna,
additionally,
it's fundamentally the same.
Additionally, a lot of your problems with accuracy and effective firing range in the Age of Sail is not necessarily the weapon; it is the fire control system, i.e., the
Right.
human.
Yeah, this is the
And how
thing. The
It's
squiggy,
also the
organic.
movement of the ship.
Rangers, yeah, Rangers
Yeah.
don't actually open in naval combat until well into the late 1890s.
Yeah, you need a ship that's far more stable with actual range with like actual proper rangefinders, and then you need to start getting fire control tables and similar systems put in place.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. I
Although
mean,
I'm looking at Dr.
Tsushima
Clarke's
was a
facial,
big.
I'm looking at Dr. Clark's facial expressions, even with the live delay, and I'm concerned that we're about to get schooled. But I said what I said. I stand by it.
I mean,
You're
Tsushima was a
fine.
big wake-up call for
You're
the
fine.
navies because they were like,
Fleet is wandering.
not really. I mean, Napoleonic era ranges of battle, if not a little bit beyond, anywhere between 0 to 3,000 yards, was considered about the correct battle range for most navies up until the turn of the century.
No.
I mean, Tsushima came as a big shock. They were like, "You were
No.
fighting at what range exactly?"
No. No.
You yourself told me exactly that.
No. I
Yes.
definitely didn't tell you that Tsushima came as a big shock.
Oh.
To the
Mhm.
navies. It came big shock to the public. But not as a big shock to the navies. And it was actually getting longer. At the Crimean, it's getting up to about 6,000 yards. Now, Toshima, they go even further, but that's because they've got salvo fire and they've got more stable ships. As the ships get more stable and the guns get more powerful, the ranges go up. It's still fundamentally line of sight, though, and sight guided and human guided, so there's a limit to what your effective fire at. And your engagement ranges have always been longer. Whilst, yes, the battle ranges were often less than 3,000 yards during the Age of Sail, that wasn't necessarily the maximum engagement range you would achieve with the long nines, which were specifically your long-barreled guns. And there's a reason why you have the long guns on the you prefer to go for the long 36 rather than the 44 or 48 pounder or 42 pounder. There's a reason you go for that. You can go for the long version. You can go for the bigger cannon or the long version of the cannon below it, in terms of weight class. And you do that to extend your range because they always want to have a hitting power at greater range. So yes, whilst what you also have to be careful of is there is differences of phraseologies between effective battle range, engagement range, and what is our maximum firing range. And so the thing is, my effective range is when I can fire and I stand a very good chance of hitting my opponent. That's the thing. And that's the thing which grows most slowly. Because fundamentally, it's the targeting mechanism and the stability of the weapons that are affecting that. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Makes sense.
I'm gonna clip my
So-
mod hat on just for a second here because I'm seeing a trend in the last couple of lives that annoys me greatly. Everybody on this panel, and including the people who are not as consistent on this panel, has a decently thick skin and can take a good joke. I don't think there's anybody here who can't.
Mm-hmm.
If there is somebody here who can't, please speak up because I don't want to speak for you if I'm speaking wrong. But please make sure the jokes are in good taste and good humor.
Yeah. Fleet's not... The thing is about... I would say, in that scenario with Fleet, is that's one of the things of where Fleet certainly did have knowledge of one area, but it's the full broad of it. And as Fleet would often say, that's not really his area. He really is really good when the ships start becoming made of iron and start to be made of steel, basically post-victory. Between Warrior and World War between Warrior and World War One, Fleet is really very, very good, and we're broadening out his knowledge and understanding because he's exceptional with the knowledge and understanding. He just, and he has, in the nicest way, the advantage I have is I have about a decade and a half on Fleet, so I should know more. I've had more time to read it than he has.
Also, my memory is a bit spotty. Dr. Clarke could have said one thing that sounded similar in my head, and I'm going, hang on, he said this, and then he actually, nope, he didn't. He said something
Yeah.
completely different that sounded
No.
similar. The soundbite had the same beats to it, but
It's
wasn't.
basically it's a context question. So that's the thing, that's the point. But the thing is, you're learning all this stuff, which is good, and we always need to have a bit of a thick skin when it comes to these things. But what I would
Oh God,
say,
I've had a thick skin all my life. I mean, good gravy. I mean, I couldn't have
again,
lived without a thick skin.
the point is, again, one of the things of it in the nicest way. The advantage of the decade and a half I think I have on you is that I've had time to learn stuff, forget it, make myself an idiot by saying something, and then learn it again. That's the joy of an extra decade and a half. That's what happens. And yeah, Minecraft. Yes, Minecraft is coming. We just as we all know, Runar has moved from the absolute no to bargaining.
Nope, Steve, very quickly. Steve, no, she doesn't have to apologize. She's fine. She doesn't have to apologize for a joke. It was actually quite funny. I didn't see it. Runar showed it to me. It's fucking hilarious. I'm actually having a little chuckle. It's fine.
Language.
Sorry,
Thank you, Foxo.
Caught up with...
Knight 681. It is unfair, too harsh or uncool to say the British were incompetent when it came to choosing Pykrete for Project Havoc.
Utterly uncalled for.
What are you going to build it out of if you're not building it out of Pykrete? Where are you going to get that much steel?
They're trying ideas out. This is the thing. You will find, in the nicest way. The thing is, Habakkuk is just a well-known one. There are other more interesting and extremely silly ideas for aircraft carrier construction and other ship construction, which go back a long time. And remember, there was both in Germany and Britain during the Dreadnought period, when they were doing the Dreadnought building, an idea that maybe they could start constructing battleships of concrete because that'd be quicker to build them. Both had the idea. Both seems to have dropped it about the same time.
To Knight 6831's question 127, is it accurate to think that Project Habakkuk would have had the RN's avgas fuel management systems aboard? Why wouldn't the RN implement their own avgas fuel management system on their own carrier that they are building to their own specifications in their own yards with their own ship builders?
The odds are
I think I understand where he's coming from. It's not that he's saying that it's not because it's an RN ship. It's more that, to be completely honest, Habakkuk is closer to a moving island than a normal carrier. So they might have come up. His possible thought process could have been for a ship so large they might have come up with something different. It's likely they would have gone with the normal avgas fuel management system, but I can understand why the question was asked.
They'll go with the system they know because it's off the shelf, and they'll just scale it to the Habakkuk.
But in this case, I can understand why Knight asked the question.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. But guys,
sorry, Knight.
Would the USN fast battleships or late war RN battleship AA have done better than 4C without friendly aircraft?
Yes.
Yes.
You have more DACA going up. And if you've got 5-inch 38s with VT, and Bofors with VT, or pom-poms with VT, or 5.25 with VT.
VT, you've got far greater advantage.
It's a complete...
The thing is, I'd still prefer not to be in that scenario without covering fighters to break them up. It's easier, but again, in late war, you'd have definitely had more fighters on call, and you'd probably have tankers on call. But that's an interesting video I've got coming up, which is on the if Henderson and Fisher survived, what would World War II look like? And the thing is, one of the things I pointed out was, well, if I think Henderson, if you turn around and Churchill makes the same promise to the Air Ministry, okay, yes, well, the Navy will cancel their procurement of aircraft, because he didn't just pause the carriers, he also cancelled the Navy's carrier fighter projects, etc. things to assist the Air Ministry because it was going to be a European war. I think the thing is with Henderson, with his experience, he'd turn around and go, okay, we will only do this if we can now order our next generation straight away from the Americans. And if you're ordering fighters in 1939, you're ordering the Buffalo. You're ordering the Brewster Buffalo. So imagine that if the Brewster Buffalo had been ordered by the Royal Navy in 1939 and was equipping their carriers from 1940 onwards.
Radea's Minecraft
adds all sorts of interesting things to it.
VT refers to variable time fuses, essentially, typically a radar emitter fuse in the nose of a shell.
Yeah.
Typically. I think the older ones were variable time in that you could set the time that it would go off, which is why you will see a lot of the 5-inch, 3-inch, and 4-inch guns that are dual purpose or anti-air have a component called a fuse setter.
Yep.
So that it is the VT fuse that usually gets referred to by that name is the American creation mid-late war that made their 5-inch 38 very, very lethal.
Yeah, because basically it removed the need to set the time on the fuse. The fuse would just detonate when it got near an aircraft, and wouldn't detonate if it didn't.
Yes.
Which therefore meant that if you see the puff of a flak round going off, chances are you've inflicted damage. Whereas prior to that, fuses for flak rounds all across the board, across every combatant during the war, were timed and had to be set manually to the best of the ability of the crew or the computer that was doing it, which led to the reasons why you see. Sorry, go on.
Carry on.
No, it's fine. I'm done.
Tiny Felica, to answer the quick question on Martlet, the thing is, the Wildcat, which of course the Martlet was the British name for the Wildcat, one Wildcat loses the competition to the Buffalo in 1939. In 1941, it wins and the next competition it gets up, and so that's the differential. And so it's later on the Wildcat becomes good. But yeah. Right, Colin Cameron, with use of canned food in the Royal Navy of the late 1800s, do you think the high level of lead in solder until 1910-1920 played a part in our admirals working themselves to death in World War I, World War II? Not particularly.
The amount of stress these men were under, the people they had to think about, the fact that they were almost the arbiters of their nation's survival or not survival. They were responsible for the lives of their men. They had to deal with vast logistical chains. They were on the go pretty much 24/7 with very little chance for rest. It's entirely unsurprising that some of them died from the stress that level of constant work, constant mental engagement, constant calculation inflicts on a person.
Fleet. I was halfway through answering the question.
I thought you'd finished. Sorry.
Don't worry. You just jump in. Don't worry. It's fine. You gave a perfectly good answer, so I don't need to say anything else. It's a case of... Yeah.
I'm also going to wade in with the tradesman's perspective.
Yeah.
When it comes to lead poisoning or long-term lead toxicity problems, tinned food ain't sloop. You've got lead pipes, you've got lead solder and copper pipes, you've got lead basins, there's so much lead in the food supply outside, or actually there's so much lead in the water supply, let alone the food supply, outside of canned food, that the canned food barely makes a ripple. They're still using tetraethyl lead as a lubricating agent in gasoline at this point in time. Canned food is the least of problems when it comes to a vector for lead poisoning during this time frame.
If I was going to complete my answer to that question, I would say, Colin, the answer to that one is that if it would have, considering the height it would need to be that people would start be getting ill and dying. The thing is, it would have affected even more people than it did. And you would see a similar problem with chief petty officers and other personnel who've been in for a similar length of time. And you'd also seen it affecting people earlier, because the people you're talking about are mostly people who entered service just prior to World War One, and would have been would have been out of that for 20 odd years. So you looked at the generation earlier in the 1920s of senior admirals who've been in for longer. They would have been dying a lot earlier, and they would have been gone. So the thing is, it's the stress. There's also, I would say this, and I do again cover this in the video, which is Wednesday, coming out Wednesday. There is enough of them dying that it does rise to the level at which even I start to consider a conspiracy theories. I don't think they're likely, but the sheer utility of killing off the number of the Royal Navy's best and brightest of roughly that rank over a 3-4 year period, dying between 1936 and 1940, and the number of First Sea Lords who in a row died due to brain tumours is quite intriguing. Okay? Literally, Black House dies from a brain tumour, and then Pound, roughly 3 years later, dies from a brain tumour. So you've got 2 First Sea Lords in a row, both die from brain tumours. If I was the First Sea Lord, I'd want someone to check my desk for any devices which shouldn't be there. Honestly, I wouldn't be sitting down on that thing. Alright, 96831. And, oh, by the way, it's worthwhile noting that the next Sea Lords after Pound, Cunningham, dies quietly in the back of a cab after the war's over. It's
very
interesting.
quick-
He basically
very quickly, Dr.
just
Clarke.
dies. Yes?
I'm just looking at that question. You're obviously going to read it out, but you might want to ask Knight for a clarification, because I don't quite understand what he means. But go ahead and read it out.
Nice everyone. Why did the USN not get 8 Tennessee, 12 Pennsylvania, 1 Brooklyn, 3 New York class armored cruisers as 24 armored cruisers? That would give them a 3-to-1 advantage over the IJN. Because they weren't building against the IJN. And also because, do you want to try and get that through Congress? I'm sure if someone had turned around to the US Navy and offered them, would you like these ships? Do we all agree they'd have bitten the arm on the hand off that was offering it, or would they have licked it and kissed it?
If they bit it off, they would have been doing that mainly because they were so excited to get what was in the hand.
Yes.
They
It would be. They would be much loved.
Right, I understand.
Much like dogs tend to, nip at your fingers when you are throwing them a milk bone.
Yes.
Right, I understand the question now. He's talking about basically doubling all of the armored cruiser construction that came after Brooklyn and adding 2 extra numbers to the New Yorks.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, because just like I said, they didn't need them.
Yeah.
With
They didn't need
the 6 Pennsylvanias and 4 Tennessees they built historically, that's a decent 10 set of very good armored cruisers.
Yeah. Josh H. Wasn't a big part of USN construction pre-World War I designed for a confrontation with the Royal Navy? No. No. The US Navy are not building to confront the Royal Navy. They are in a qualitative race, which the Royal Navy is also part of, with Japan and Italy. They're not in a quantitative race, and they're not in a confrontational race with the Royal Navy. There's a reason you could do that, support that, is because prior to World War I, they're not building any of the destroyers, any of the cruisers they need. They're just building the dreadnoughts. Have a look at the numbers of ships being constructed. Have a look at what they're finding money for. In a nicest way, in any war, if they've been building against the Royal Navy, they were building a fleet which was going to be even more brittle to stand up against the Royal Navy than the High Seas Fleet was. And the High Seas Fleet, to build the number of ships it needed, it built for its capital ships, its battlecruisers and battleships, basically cuts its nose off to spite its face. in terms of in terms of how of the vessels it builds. You know, it doesn't build big destroyers. It builds very small ones, and it doesn't build a lot of cruisers at all. I did a whole video on the Jutland video and building the fleets for Jutland, and I talked that through. The American Navy is not being built to fight the Royal Navy. There's a qualitative race going on, and this is where people get confused. They go, well, they're building against the Royal Navy. They're building for national pride, national honour. There's a race of who's got a bigger, who's got a better, ships. But there's a difference between a qualitative race and a quantitative race. A qualitative race is about pride. A quantitative race is about threat. Okay? The thing is, though, there are a lot of authors and historians, and there were even people at the time who couldn't see the difference in that and thought that would be the same thing, especially post-World War I. And that's what I was so worried about in the Washington Naval Treaty. One of the justifications is to stop the naval race between Britain and America. And the Royal Navy and the US Navy are looking at each other going, oh, but I have some really cool designs I was going to justify building. I was going to build some really cute ships. It's not, oh, but they're so scary. It's, I was going to build some really cool ships. It's a difference in timbre. It's a difference in tone. It's a very different race. Because, again, one of the things you find with America and British relations is they are complicated, nuanced, and weird. And at the same point as the Americans can be working against the British Empire, they can also be working to support Britain as a great power. Because it serves their interests. And, yeah, there's all sorts of fun things that happen there.
I know it might be a bit of an oversimplification, but you could almost describe it as basically almost a contest of one-upsmanship.
Yeah, it is.
Look what I was able to do in comparison to you.
That's literally the qualitative race, and you know, it's like the Americans go, "We've got more guns." The British go, "Our ships are faster."
I see that.
It's entirely that.
I see that Redias has put a question in, and I would like first dibs on it. It's one about the Steam system, because I think I can answer that one.
Has it been picked up by the system?
No, because the system has just decided to stop talking to your YouTube channel for whatever reason.
Clarke.
Unless we're talking about Steve Clarke as the system, which I feel is quite
Yes.
reductive for Steve Clarke, but, you know.
The system is called
Here we
Steve
are.
and now runs on biscuits and tea
And
instead of electronics.
There we go.
We
It
do-
was just now.
just so we don't completely forget Twitch, Twitch does have a few questions in queue.
Okay.
Which, Steve, you don't have to transfer over. The system, the digital system has gotten it, so your gracious system need not.
Hopefully Dave just pops in, because I hopefully just key released them. Yeah.
Black Horse, how happy were the engineering crew when the change from coal to oil happened? Very. But then they also got different, new, and
Yes and
and,
no, actually. There were some
unknown
engineering crew who
problem.
were quite upset about having the oil transition because it made balancing things so much more difficult to judge. You see, a lot of the senior engineers were used to being able to walk into the coal store and being able to judge it by eye. Now they had to judge it by level on a sensor. And whilst in theory that's easier, that's learning a whole new system. So whilst they did it, and eventually they're happy with it, initially, some of them were most perturbed. Because they trusted being able to see it, touch it, feel it themselves. By the way, those are also possibly the same men who used to be called coke sniffers. Because they would sniff the coke and the coal to check its quality.
Wait, were they buying coked coal?
Depends on which ship you're talking about and where it's operating in the world.
Because that wouldn't. Usually, you wouldn't want coke for that application, would you?
Depends on the ship. Some of the auxiliaries.
And okay, for some of you who don't know, we are not talking about certain prohibited substances. We are talking about coal, which has been roasted in effect, so that as much of the impurities have been evaporated out of it. It's often used in steel making now.
It's also the same method by which you get coal gas, which was the first real system that allowed piped lighting and other heating into various houses during the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, that stuff was cool. Right.
Yeah, coal gas. Interesting.
Knight 681. How much extra tonnage did the US get with how much extra tonnage?
I'm presuming that's for Washington.
What is this about the Washington Treaty, Knight? Or is this just in tonnage? Because surely you could do the maths yourself. Because you're surely not writing to a panel of historians and electricians to do the maths for you, of doing 7 times 15, 10 times 15, and 1 times 9.
I don't do mathematics.
And to be honest, Knight, they'll probably the ton. If I remember correctly, for Washington, the tonnage limitation. Actually, there wasn't. Was there capital ship limits?
There were
Tonnage limitation?
there were cumulative limits on capital ships. There was no cumulative limits on cruisers.
Knight, for First London, that's way too far away.
Yeah.
That's way too far away. Good. Pick a number. Good. Your guess is just as good as mine at that point. Washington, you could maybe do, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be great. You know, they might get a couple extra hulls. Because they decided that they needed the longer hull.
From what I've just been looking at the programs for the Perry, and as far as I can see, it's as simple as the short hulls were the first.
Fleet. May I read off the question?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, please.
93831, question 123. Why were 21 short hulls and 30 long hull Oliver Hazard Perry class guided missile frigates built instead of the 51 to the same hull size? I think the simple answer is they changed the fit on the Perrys to require more hull volume, so they just stranched it.
Honestly, from what I can see from the build out, you have shorts and then it switches to longs, and it's just that simple.
Yeah.
It literally, that seems to be it. Like, they started short, and then they built longs later. That seems to be it.
And
it's almost like 2 batches.
Can I please tell you the difference between the short hull, which was the Flight 1, and a long hull, which were the Flight 3 variants onwards, is 2 meters.
Really?
It's 2 meters.
Is that it?
It's 2 meters.
Is that it? Is that actually? Sir, we've made this boat longer. How much longer? About the length of a bloke lying down. What do we get for it? Stuff.
It's quite literally it's 8 foot. So yeah, it's a little bit more than 2 meters, but it's 8 foot. It goes from 445 feet to 453 feet. And for that, they call them the long hull Perrys.
According to Josh H. over on YouTube, it was to support the operation of SH-60s.
Makes sense.
That would make sense. That would make a great deal of sense.
Because you're going to need a slightly longer flight deck for them, so yeah. In answer to your question, we do not refer to the batch 3 of the Type 42s as the long 42s, despite the fact that their length grows from 392 feet at the waterline to 433 feet, and overall length grows from 410 foot to 463 foot. So they put on roughly 50 foot, and we don't call them the long hull variant. The Americans put on 8 foot, and they call it the long hull. Possibly because of the experiences of the Essexes, etc. They like to make a variety, but it's basically Flight 1 versus Flight 3.
I mean, it's punchy. Short and long hull. It's nice and punchy.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
No.
Fleet likes things to be punchy.
Yes, you do like to sample the punch from time to time.
Not like, I should have realised I walked into that one, and I'll see myself out.
I thought you were going to say Fleet does like a punch from time to time. was going, well, you know.
No,
No,
that would be endorsing violence against Fleet, and I'm trying to put a stop to that in the chat.
Although we have
Watching.
unanimously amongst the ship-shape crew volunteered to be the one, volunteered for him to be the one to dress up as a target for Drac to try and hit with the full Japanese armor.
Oh,
and sword gear.
whoa! Hold on just a pick a minute. I have done no such thing.
Oh no, you weren't in the chat. You haven't been invited into the chat yet, so you weren't part of the voting group. But the voting sample, all the members who are in the chat voted 100%.
Hang on a minute. You can't vote on something without me being there. If you're having discussions relating to the Japan trip, don't you think that I should be part of it?
I hate to break it to you, but they can do votes without you quite easily.
Angry Fleet noises.
This thought did occur to me during the Twitch streams earlier today. Why do I get the feeling that I might have somehow idiot savanted my way into becoming like the ship-shaped technical moderator?
Welcome to the thing.
Life is good for you. We're getting you there. You're getting all this in place for when the Minecraft server comes on and you admin it.
I've
But
got 10
I
grand
think-
still hasn't shown up in my account yet.
With the US Air Force having funding issues, all the programs they need to do you see them buying US Navy FAX planes instead of the NGAD planes? Potentially.
No.
That
It's
is
possible.
It's a let's put it this way. It's a potential solution, but it's probably not likely because the US Air Force are going to insist on getting their own. And as expensive as they've got their life is, and as I will notice that Doge, despite all the great headlines it's managing to produce for itself, or intriguing headlines, depending on your perspective, I've always said I judge governments by their effectiveness, not their efficiency, because efficiency in a government is an interesting concept. I'm not sure I want an efficient government. That's the different thing. The thing is, though, I will say that they haven't yet got to the Pentagon, and going into the Pentagon programs is gonna be an absolute nightmare because
I don't think they're going to get in. I think that will be a line where the general staff will just go, no, we're not crossing that line.
Well, they did try to sell a CIA black site, so you know.
Yeah,
Did they actually?
they did. Look, let's put it this way. This is the trouble with having people who have only part of the picture trying to do it, because they don't have the full picture. And you could say, well, the answer is to read them into the full picture, but the whole point of compartmentalization is so that no one has the full picture other than those people who really need it, so you can't be compromised. And that's the problem. And that's one of the problems with government, is that some of the government inefficiency is there to cover up the full picture. So, yeah. I don't think those programs are going to be so... I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. We'll see. We will see.
Did we give a fulsome answer to Colin Cameron's question regarding armored cars and other Navy-led developments?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay.
That was where me and Melanie ended up having a discussion about marine gas turbines. Nice to go, everyone. As by the 1930s, the free Bataan class British ships and free Colbert class battleships needed replacing. Which will go first?
One small sidetrack. John Hegstead, I can be a Minecraft server person for the low price of $5,000 to $10,000 US. I take cash, check, or charge.
Where are you getting the check from?
I still use checks.
Yeah,
in the UK, you need to be actually very lucky to get a checkbook. Most banks refuse to issue them.
Dragon. Don't worry. America is slightly behind the times when it comes to financial instruments. Okay, just move past.
Hey, you all are an hour late for the next 2 weeks. Don't talk to me about being behind.
Actually, no, Rulo. I think you'll find GMT was the agreed upon standard for time. So technically speaking, isn't the US technically out of line with that then?
No, we're an hour ahead.
Yeah,
we're an hour ahead.
Yeah, but you should be using GMT because that was the universally agreed upon time. It's even
No,
what
that's-
UTC is based
Just
on. Yes.
because you're the ones that wrote all the maps doesn't give you a monopoly on time.
No,
Uh,
it wasn't us. It became a contest between France and Greenwich had the better clocks, so it became Greenwich Mean Time as the universally recognized time.
There were
That is
some other,
actual
there
reasons
were
behind
some,
this.
there were some,
Yeah.
there were some other advantages which were shamelessly milked for it to work as well.
Black Horse, we've answered that question like 3 or 4 times at this point. Titanic would be a troop ship or a hospital ship.
Yeah.
Done.
yeah,
No,
Because
basically-
that
no,
means there's at
no.
least one timeline
Look at
that the
Britannic
world
and
is
Olympic.
cursed with Paris meantime.
Team U, that
Potentially,
price has
yes.
always been $5,000 to $10,000.
I would
$5,000 is about the minimum that I need to get
does,
out.
but let's be honest, Paris meantime, it means that everyone will be suffering from PMT.
Yeah. I would also point out that if Titanic survives the iceberg, I'm sorry, fate has decreed it law. At some point over her career, if she survives World War One, she is going to get hit by Olympic. I am sorry, fate has decreed it. If she survives the iceberg, at some point her sister is going to commit sibling side on her. That's just the way it is.
Fratricide.
It cannot be
Get it
an
right, mate.
Sorry, fratricide. It cannot be avoided. Olympic has to hit something, and Titanic has missed her destiny.
Olympic hits everything. Nightingale, if the surviving fleet of 5 Southampton and 3 Gloucester variant with 12 6-inch gun towns and 1 Edinburgh variant with 15 6-inch guns, does that affect how long they last?
Well, the thing with the
how's the
thing
Edinburgh
with-
suddenly got 15 6-inch guns?
I assume it's basically that's what it is. I guess that's what the RM built for reasons we do not fully understand.
Well, all the other Southamptons and Gloucesters are all 12 6-inch guns, which as they are historically, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So why is the
I don't know why.
Edinburgh why is the Edinburgh 15 6-inch gun variant?
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I did write it.
I would have assumed that the Edinburghs, instead of being 15 6-inch gun variants, would be 16 6-inch gun variants would make the
Well,
most
that
sense. This
was
sounds
that was
more
the option. This
yeah.
one's added in an extra free triple
Yeah,
turret, whereas
this
they were
seems like
supposed to have
they've
quadruple turrets.
It does seem like,
So
as you said,
this is
they've
why I'm
added
asking if
length
it's
into it,
if it's been modified in some way.
Yeah,
Because
the
if
one
it has
thing I
been
can-
modified in some way, so you could take off a turret, add on missile systems, and have the weight left over, then it could last longer in service.
I mean, to be
But,
blunt, if you've got an Edinburgh with 15-6, that's literally the perfect candidate for pulling what happened to the Tigers. You will still have 3 triple 6-inch turrets forward, and you will have plenty of room to build a honking great hangar at the back to house helicopters that go honk.
As I
Yeah.
recall, Josh H, it was more than just the manpower insufficiency in the Royal Navy, why they very quickly go into reserve. And in particular, the Royal Navy did prefer the towns to the Crown colonies and Swift shows most of the time because they had more potential to be upgraded.
And the Tigers slid sideways into a helicopter operator role rather
The
than a
less said about
cruiser
the
role.
Tigers, the better.
Look, the Tigers,
Yeah,
the
Josh
Tigers
H,
were ugly.
Yeah.
The
Can we
Tigers were
just,
ugly
go
when they
to
were
me-
rebuilt.
well, Can we just... Second. Okay.
Yeah.
Josh H.
Okay.
The town, crown colonies and Manitors, they weren't suffering from manpower insufficiency. It wasn't that was the problem. It's that they'd just been through a war, and you're rapidly trying to demobilize the national service personnel and work out exactly who's staying and who's not, who's going. Because you have to remember, 1946 to 48, the Royal Navy is basically dealing with all the people who are being demobilised from national service, all the people who are short-term commissions. Do they want to stay, become full-time? Do they want to go? There are people who are mobilised during wartime under conscription, national service, but who wanted to stay, and some who wanted to go. There's also implementation of the new rules around national service post-war, and that it wasn't so much shortages as manpower hoopla. It was the admin of sorting out the manpower that was causing the problems, not the numbers. And this is what the reason I'm emphasizing this and saying this is because often you read in some of the books it's shortages, and that gives you an impression it's lacking personnel. It's not lacking personnel; it's administering the personnel and managing to sort them out, and that's what's causing the problem. And it's important to emphasize the difference because A, it's not only the Royal Navy suffering from it, but B, it gives you quite a different. It gives you, once you put that in the proper context and you go through the proper phraseology for it, it suddenly explains a lot of decisions which were taken about things and how they were running them and why they were running them the way they were. Because if it was that there are decisions which don't make sense with shortages, and they really don't, but there are decisions which make a lot of sense once you realize, oh, so what they're doing is they're doing all this, working all this, and what are they prioritizing? What assets are they prioritizing within that mix to sort out first?
Basically.
Yeah.
Fleet, did you answer the question
We
about
haven't skipped
Brittain
to question
and Corbett?
122. We answered
Did I
that
answer
one.
what about what? Did I
The
answer what
question
about what?
Knight thinks we skipped 122, and I said, as by 1930s, the 3 Bretagne class battleships and 3 Corbett class battleships are needing replacement. Which will go first? And we answered that, didn't we?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. The Britannias. It's not even a contest. Sorry, not Britannia.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Corbett's. It's not even a contest.
Yeah, and we said Corbett's tonight, so yeah, it's been answered. Joss H. Wasn't a big part of USN construction pre-World War design. We answered that one.
Yep.
Black Horse, questions. When did subdivisions start being used in ships? Honestly, you start having viable subdivision being put into ships around about the 1840s in terms of viability. You've had some subdivision put in ships below decks before that. Warrior, to an extent, has some subdivision going on, but it takes a while before you have viable bulkheads being built up and a bulkhead system, and it sort of evolves. It's one of those things which evolves over time. One of the interesting things is we often put down the amount of times I see this, the history of, well, after the Battle of Trafalgar, people suddenly realised that you could cross ships' T's and do huge damage to them, so now they need to build ships to take it and deal with it. And you go, no, they've been crossing the T for centuries by that point. That wasn't. Actually, I do recommend this. Go and see some of the videos and some of the displays in Chatham Dockyard. And you sit there and you listen to it and think, no, that doesn't make sense. But no, now the tactic is to break the line by charging through them, and you go, well, that's also been the tactic for about the last 20, 30 years, prior to Trafalgar. So yeah, no, it was just that some of the technologies had evolved to the point at which they can now use that as justification to do things that would make the vessels stronger and more resistant to being hit while doing that maneuver.
Yeah.
Ignore the question star, Josh H.
He's saying that his earlier message is not a question, it's a statement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you did have separated magazine spaces, etc. Yeah, there are minor levels of subdivision. It's sort of case. It's an evolution.
Did we get 126?
We're about to right now.
Yeah.
Would it be fair? Knight 6831, question 126. Would it be fair to say that Project Habakkuk was a case of it made sense at the time of first proposal, but not so much when canceled?
Honestly, yeah. Basically, the role they foresaw it doing basically was replaced by, instead of having one big thing that sails around the middle of the Atlantic, oh, look at that, it's 100 escort carriers. I'm exaggerating, but that's the point I'm trying to get at.
And additionally, the industrial need that makes a Pykrete carrier be more viable than a steel carrier was getting less and less as the war wore on.
Yes, and also there was a decision that, frankly, you didn't need to go for it. Basically, if the Habakkuk's have been built, then I'm sorry, but the USS America, big strategic carrier gets built because the Americans need their own equivalent of it. That massive thing, which was literally cancelled a couple of days after being laid down.
They sell Habakkuk to the Americans.
Yeah, USN complained about a lack of cruisers and naval history with Dr. Clarke. Building 8 Tennessees would. The thing is, they complain about a lack of cruisers. They always complain about a lack of cruisers. The US and the Royal Navy's always complain about a lack of cruisers. Basically, your standard thing is to complain about a lack of cruisers, but it doesn't mean you're going to double them. And also,
What I will point out is
it would have
if
cost money and required, required not just the Navy but also Congress to get behind it and do it. Now, I'm now going to let
and if
hand over to Fleet.
and to be perfectly blunt with you, in the period we're discussing, if the funding is released, it's not gonna be armored cruisers that it goes to. It's gonna be well, by technicality, it is going to be armored cruisers, but it's going to be the newly emerging light armored cruiser that gets the funding. Specifically, the US will build probably a tranche of about 12 to 16 turbine-driven belted cruisers, roughly
Something-
analogous to something like the Towns.
Yeah. They need some of those. Radetzky
They
Minecraft.
absolutely do.
Question: how do steam systems stop the pressure from going backwards, and why are there losses in closed-loop systems? Because
I'm
there's
going
no
to take
such
a
thing
stab
as a
at this
true.
one.
Okay, Bruno, come on.
Okay, so the closed loop port, which Dr. Clarke was about to say, but I'm going to say called this one when it was submitted. No system is ever perfectly sealed. Even copper piping is oh so slightly porous to water. Two, how does steam system stop the pressure from going backwards? Physics. Because the boiler is the hottest part of the system, it is always under the highest pressure. Then when it goes back into the coolers and the sediment tanks to turn the steam, what is now saturated steam, back into water, it shrinks, which creates a vacuum on that end of the loop. So
Yep.
it can only flow one way. And then you have pumps which take the now reliquefied water, which is probably still 100 to 110 Celsius because it's still under a slight amount of pressure, and shoves it back at the boiler.
Very much.
And you just go round and round and round and round you go.
Even in traditional steam engines where you have cylinders and your steam is coming from a traditional firebox, whether that's burning oil, coal, coke, wood, etc., you still have only one direction of movement because that's basically dictated by the way in which the steam engine as a system functions. You will boil the water that will go through to the main chamber, which it'll then be drawn into the cylinders. It'll be used, then expelled, and then by use, depending on exactly what steam engine you've got, you'll either have a blast pipe to help it be forced out of the chimney funnel, whatever, in order to basically keep the system going the same direction. It all goes one way, whether it's back into the tanks or in a closed system back into the boiler if you have a reactor, or it's out the exhaust port, whatever that might be, depending on what you are.
Yeah, and Mark Hartness, thanks for that. Yeah, I was right the first time. US is the United States, not US America. Yeah, I do have. It's kind of like with North and South Carolina. I do keep North South Carolina and North and South Dakota. I do like to mix them up. I do apologize. It was fun. Okay, so I'm going to, in a bit, once we into next Steve Clarke section, I will open up the questions again for a bit more. And the questions that will be, remember again, when we open up the questions will be working as traditionally from Twitch, from YouTube, they're going to be sneaked across. And basically Runon will watch, and when we've got enough that will keep us going for at least an hour, then Runon will say pause, and then we'll carry on for a bit, and then we'll ask again. Okay? So, Lions. Which Navy does proportional response the best? I've heard of the extent to the US Navy will go, someone attacks their ships. No one really does it the best or the worst. Proportional response is basically gloves on, we are allowed to hit you up to this level. And it's always a judgment call. And sometimes you hit something which you didn't intend to hit. Like, it turns out you didn't just hit the building, there was a gas main running underneath the building, and your bomb actually set off the gas main. So instead of destroying the intelligence building, you just blew up a block. And sometimes you hit a target, you think that's great, we hit the intelligence headquarters, and we got the wrong place. So proportional response also depends on the period you're talking about, because in the 1840s, the proportional response from the Royal Navy was to turn up and blast your blast your port to pieces, land a naval brigade, and generally explain to you that if you did that again, you would find yourself dealing with more than a load of sailors pointing rifles at you.
Your flag
You
would
are
change.
receiving a professional portion of our full response.
Yes.
If you do it again, you will be receiving the entire proportion of our professional response.
Yes, a proportion is a section of the response. If
Mhm.
you go beyond a proportion, it's now a portion of the response coming your way. And that
Yep.
portion will be proportional to your size. Bruno, can there ever be a situation where a commander is removed because their command authority has been broken over the unit? Examples.
So, just for what puts this in my mind, I asked this question of very, very, very senior Master Chief that I knew a couple years ago, like Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy, senior. And the example that comes to mind is the cutscene in Halo 4, where the then captain of the Infinity, orders Chief to be arrested, and everybody just kind of doesn't action the order.
It's
And
not
it's-
unknown, but usually it's dealt with before it becomes that problem. Usually, before it's got to that issue, someone on the ship has made a call up the chain of command. There are ways of doing that. That someone will make that call, and they will be removed before then. There are examples from history of captains being removed. Basically, if it's someone below the captain on a ship, it'll be the captain who'll remove them. They'll remove and point to the captain. If it's the captain, then the message gets sent to an admiral, and someone finds a way of getting rid of the captain. Now, it's more difficult if you're the other side of the world, but it's not impossible. There are things you can suddenly have for the captain to do. Oh, we need a naval officer to be attached to the governor of India.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you go do that, Captain? It requires someone with your experience and skill. And we're going to put your first lieutenant in charge of the ship. Or usually what happens is we're going to find the most senior first lieutenant in the fleet, the one who passed their lieutenant's exam the longest to go, and they will be made acting captain and put in charge of the ship. But of course, because they're an acting captain, they don't get their command posted, so that's when they get the uniform, which people sometimes write, well, if then they get, after 3 years, it gets posted, and they get to wear a post captain's uniform, and you go, if you're left as an acting captain for 3 years, the odds are you're never getting the full captaincy. In the period where they did it, if you were an acting captain for 3 years, that meant you really weren't liked.
Yeah.
Because
you've been
they have
here.
lots. They have lots of opportunities to post you. They can make your current command permanent by posting it, or they can. Yeah, it just no. If you're an acting captain for 3 years, someone doesn't like you. Someone really doesn't like you, and I remember looking at it, sort of going, looking at some of that sort of note and going through it, and then looking through various senior officers and going, not a single one. In fact, one of them didn't even. They jumped straight from lieutenant. They didn't even go through commander, straight to captain, and were put in charge of their first command. Was a third rate third rate, and it's a case of. Okay, well that's definitely going to be posted. Just check the Gazette. Ah, yes, it was gazetted the same day, so they're immediately a post captain. Because to become a post captain, that means your command has been posted to the Gazette and posted in front of the Admiralty Arch, and you sit there and go, okay.
So I'm sorry. How would you get jumped that far up?
How would you jump that fast? In this
Yeah.
case, they had saved an admiral's life in a boarding action,
Yeah, that would do it.
and a captain had died in the same battle.
Really hope that ship had some real good NCOs to help support their newly gazetted captain.
No, that particular officer had been serving at sea since 9 years old. They were 23.
Oh, so me, but naval officer. Okay, got it.
They had 14 years of experience, and they've been a first lieutenant for 4 years by that point. They were not an officer. They were not someone who's going to have too much trouble taking command. But that's the other thing you find in that scenario in the Age of Sail, is that the good officers get promoted quite quickly and quite young. It's more often it's more visible these days because of the presence of social media and the fact that you'll often get things being complained about. I still remember, though, there were people who used to write in huge complaints to the Pentagon, apparently, about Captain Chowder Hill, who used to post about giving his sailors a cookie on Twitter as a thank you for their service. Give them a cookie and do a picture of them for their loved ones so they could see them serving on the ridge, and invite them up to sit in the captain's chair, give them a cookie and those things. And there are people who used to write and complain about that to the Pentagon, about how that was setting a bad example of leadership. He's being too familiar with his crew. And I went, he's giving them a cookie. He's not sharing DNA with them. There is a difference going on here. Giving your crew a cookie is not going to suddenly break down command.
If
Or
anything,
rather-
doing that sort of, provided
Yeah.
it doesn't need to any special favors, and also to be fair, since if he's doing it for every crew member, then that
Yeah.
basically removes any problems I would have with it. If it's not a special thing that someone gets, if everyone on his ship gets the same treatment, then it's fine.
Basically,
another
he
way
was
to
doing
build
it as a
camaraderie.
reward. Basically, he was doing it as a reward for when they did special things, or if their family sent a message on Twitter to check how they were, he'd do it for them. And he'd only do
Lovely.
it once, so you'd only get it once. But if your family had sent a message, like one girl, her mum had written a message on Twitter going, my daughter's serving on there, it's her first service, is she doing okay, sort of thing, on Twitter as a message, because he advertised himself on Twitter as the captain of the ship. And so his response was, the young sailor, first trip, here's a cookie and a cup of coffee sitting in the captain's chair, smiling. And he sit there and go, that's not only good for crew morale, that's blooming brilliant for the service advertisement.
Yeah, sign up and be treated like an actual person in the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, it's a case of, in the nicest way, that's a captain who people will literally will be quite happy to go with to go to war, knowing he'll care about them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's great. My first CO would give out challenge coins when we did something good. Yeah. Challenge coins, all these things, they're all part of that. The only captain sharing DNA with their crew was Captain Kirk. I wish. No, we've all had that in services. It took a while for them to work out the problems with this system. Right. So we are now at the section. So questions should be open.
Right, very quickly. I have a lot to do tomorrow. I've got to be up really early, so I'm going to have to leave you earlier tonight than I would otherwise have to.
All right, Fleet. Do you need to toddle off now at 10 o'clock?
I need to go now. I'm absolutely cream crackered. I've been up early.
You go.
Goodbye, folks.
Go. Take care.
Your absence will be noted in the log.
Yeah.
Oh, if only it was so simple.
Alex, looking at the weekly rations for a Georgian sailor in HMS Victory book, 7 pounds of bread, 356 pints of beer, 4 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of pork, 2 pints of peas, 3 pints of oatmeal, 6 ounces of butter, and 12 ounces of cheese. What is the reserve amounts of provisions in the hold? In the hold, there are a lot. Honestly, look, one of the things you have to realise is there's a huge amount of stuff being carried for the crew for a week on a first raid, especially. And when you consider the number of crew you've got, you're multiplying that by almost 1,000. Once you've included everybody aboard the ship. Now, you then want to have that. You want to have a couple of weeks provision about the survival on your ship, especially if you're a first rate. But the thing is, you're going to be getting regular resupply. I've talked about this before. You have resupply ships coming in. And they're important coming to fleet, but there's almost a continuous movement of ships coming to and going from the fleet to supply them. But still, you would expect a good first rate to be able to operate well. If we consider when they're not on blockade, when they're getting regular resupply. If you consider Victory does the whole voyage across the Atlantic with Nelson in command, chasing and then coming back before Trafalgar as part of the wider Trafalgar campaign, she does all that from the store she's carrying aboard her. And that's not stretching things too much. They carry a lot of materials, a lot of food needs to be carried, but it's still the same today. Some of the biggest spaces you will find on a ship are the refrigeration units. They are massive. You know, you carry a few months' food. You always carried a few months' food. That's how you operate warships. The amount of food you are carrying, it's kind of like fuel again. It's it's capability of you to operate. You know, the warships operate on 3 main expendable line items, which will affect their length of their deployment. Weaponry. If they run out of bullets and missiles, they need to come home. Fuel and food. These are the 3 things which they cannot. Well, spares, yes, but spares, believe it or not, will tend to be if they run out there before you've come home, then you've had serious issues. Josh H, I got to have a tour of HMS Queen Elizabeth's service area, including her fridges and freezers, and oh, they're weirdly cavernous. Yep. Welcome to my world. Oh. It's fun, though. It is fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's a QE's complement, including flight crew? It's what, 2K, 2.5?
Nope.
4?
No.
High or low?
Lower.
1,500?
Fully crewed up with everyone aboard. Their normal complement is 679. They are able to take up to they can have a capacity of up to 1,600, including 250 troops with the air wing.
Those 1,600 people for what, 60 days?
Yeah. Broadly speaking. Broadly speaking. But the thing I love about the Queen Elizabeth class is they carry the passenger transfer boats, the new passenger transfer boats, and they're part of their logistical resupply for when they go to harbours. If they go to a harbour where they can't get alongside, they've got these very fast PTBs, which are able to rapidly go backwards and forwards between the shoreline and between the harbour and get supplies and bring them back to the carrier for it to even if you've got an auxiliary with you and you're normally resupplying from the auxiliary, but if you're resupplying directly from the port, you can't go in there, you've got your own boats to go in there and get the stuff. And the boats are named Swordfish, Buccaneer, Sea Vixen, and Sea Harrier. And they're two for each of the vessels, each of the carriers. But one of the advantages the Queen Elizabeth class have over the crew numbers is, of course, they have the what I love is called the highly mechanized weapon handling system, which is pretty much, it can be run by 12 people, but it usually requires 50. And it moves pallets of. It's basically like having an Amazon warehouse for a magazine on a ship. It's as automated as it can be, with lifts and electric vehicles running about, moving munitions about. It's an amazing system, but it does really reduce crew load and crew stress, and that's a big advantage for them.
Alrighty. Want to kick that over to Black Horses?
Yep.
Black Horse, was there a possibility for British and the U.S. to get in a merchant ship building competition?
They did.
Given that this yeah, I assume this is past tense.
They did.
Currently, the answer is no.
No. Neither of them has the yard capacity for it. It would be the most embarrassing competition in the world, because both would be terrible. Both would lose at the moment.
To be brutally honest, if both countries decided to do it, the U.S. has the edge because the U.S. has more space and more industrial capacity overall. Whereas the UK post-Empire doesn't quite have the industrial capacity.
I'd love to say I agree with you, but there again, the UK still has slightly more powers for government to buy land and build it, whereas the US, they have slightly more political arguments. Lawsuits. So yes, the Navy the Britain might have an advantage, but just purely in dealing with lawsuits perspective. Gone Cameron, was there ever an issue with fueling Royal Navy US ships during World War II due to differences in the Imperial and US gallon? No, they managed to work it out. Not fueling.
And I imagine a lot of that too is because you don't consume fuel in gallons on any warship. You consume it in tons.
Yeah, there was issues with aircraft, but that was it.
Even then, aircraft still are done in pounds.
Yes, but there's a difference between the British pound and the American pound.
Yes, well, you just have to be special, don't you?
Ours was done first.
Yes, but you still have to be special. You can't keep up with the times.
In the nicest way. There's a reason why, as I talked about when I was talking about standardization of guns and cannon, I had to explain that the pounds are different in the definition of a pound is different in Britain, France, Spain, America, Italy. Pretty much every country in the world had a different definition of a pound.
Radea's Minecraft, you are not seeing Steve Clarke gracing your screen. You are seeing Dr. Clarke grace your screen. Mm-hmm. Just point of order. And I can tell that you're probably not seeing Steve because Steve is not active in any of the voice chats in the server. So,
yet, give him 5 minutes. How often were ships used to block canals and dry docks in wartime? Regularly. In fact, blocking waterways with ships by sinking them has been a standard practice for as long as there have been wars, harbours, and spaces which need to be blocked at sea. You don't have a gate for your harbour. You need to block it so the enemy can't get through. That's fine. Sink a ship in a way.
Okay, all right. I've got to defend myself here in my blasted neurodivergence. Team U. The nice thing about checks is that they are a physical, tactile, simple way for me to transfer large amounts of money between my person and someone else's.
Okay, Boomer.
Which means I am aware of how I am aware of how much I am aware of how much money I'm spending, and I remember spending it.
No,
okay, Boomer.
I will actually step in and ruin one's defense for a moment. I do agree checks can still be quite useful. But in the UK, good luck getting a check.
The only thing you buy with a check is a car. Because Rui, have you ever learned of this thing called a text document?
Oh no, they're wonderful to gift. They're wonderful to give someone birthday money in the form of a check, and they look at you confused.
Yeah.
Because the only use I know for checks is fraud.
Honestly, I had to explain the other day to one of my little cousins what a checkbook was because she's never seen one in her life. Let's start off with.
It's a,
Let's
a
start. Let's
checkbook,
start
a
with
book made in Prague.
Knight 6831. If the Admiral Hibble class used 210mm, aka 8.3-inch guns, would these be new design guns? I will leave that to you all while I put the puppy in the garden. Okay, come on, you big floppy.
I'm pretty sure they would have to be, wouldn't they? Like, they'd have to at least get new tooling and new equipment because the factory's gone. Like, that capability in between what? When they were at the end of the war, so 1918, and when the Deutschlands are being designed. Yeah, they. Well, actually, Admiral is not Deutschland. So yeah, Admiral Hib is even worse because now you're going to 34. Sorry, I got slightly confused with one of the other announcements coming up. But
Yes,
that makes it even worse.
Yes, Hayes Gray. A check can be exchanged for many minis. Unfortunately, most points of sale nowadays are not configured to accept checks.
Yeah, unfortunately, people don't like checks.
Actually, you've just made me think. One of the few places I do actually know that do accept checks is Games Workshop.
Yes, but
That's because Games Workshop does not care how the money flows, only that it flows.
I was more
Games
meaning
Workshop would probably take your payment for their plastic in raw blood if they could get good cash, if it had a stable cash value.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm surprised they don't accept gold bullion.
They probably
Don't
would.
worry. We are sending Steve Clarke the messages at the moment because he's putting the he's copying across the questions. What I would say is that I'm wondering if Runon is going to be one of those people. If when he comes to the UK, if he's going to be surprised by how much contactless, in terms of card payments, is used.
Yes, because you guys are like 10 years ahead on credit cards and debit cards.
Oh, hey. I don't necessarily agree with the contactless limit, though.
Oh, it's still better than it was in Canada. In Canada, it's
I know.
far higher than it is in the UK.
I know, but I don't like that. I don't like it being that high.
We were at one place in Australia, and they were literally... we were supposed to pay by card.
I'm just checking where he was.
And we noticed it was one of the machines where they actually still... manually went over with the ink and the thing to get the card imprint of it, and I have never seen someone move as quickly as Drac did to go find a cash machine and pay by cash rather than handing over his card. That was basically all of us went through the same thing of, we come from the UK, you could be very trustworthy people and it could be completely fine, but we haven't done that in so long. What I love was the Australians' faces when they saw it was going, that's even age. Where did they get that from?
Okay, Bone Meal Boy, I will let that one slide because it's gender affirming, but I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad.
Okay, where's this going?
Yeah.
Bone Meal Boy, what have you been saying?
Check general or the boarding ramp. And he did it with an @ping too.
But
the
Good one.
audacity on this man.
Good,
pure-
good one. Right,
The pure
slightly back to the
Ukrainian
questions.
apparatus.
I presume that they would have to make a new gun because all the stuff on the old 8.3-inch are well and truly gone by 34.
They're gone.
Like,
They are gone, lost, and forgotten. They are no more. They're gone.
it would just be interesting why
that's
they
fine.
chose 210mm as a new caliber. Like, I have seen like 1 or 2 documents suggesting, hey, we could make a 8-gun, a 210mm cruiser in the 30s, and people are going, what are you? What? Why 203? This works. But
Okay, Bugguy 829. It's with Congress threatening to cut funding to USN due to US mismanagement of the Constellation class program, do you see the class being built or cancelled? Oh, they'll be built. They've got no other option about it.
They're going to be built.
If the Charlie Foxtrot of the literal combat ships can get built to the level they are. The Constellation class, which are not really mismanaged, they've just been as is usual with American contractors, grossly underbid for what actually their realistic cost of what everything you want to include them. It's definitely going to get built. Look, same thing happens with US programs every time. The US has a habit and a policy of usually awarding things to the lowest bidder. And then when the lowest bidder halfway through the contract comes back and goes, well, I'm going to go bankrupt if I keep trying to fund it at this level, so you're going to have to pay me more than that. You're over a barrel and you end up having to fund them. It's always sensible to start doing a system of, instead of going for the lowest bidder, go for the mean average bidder, i.e. the bidder who bids closest to the average price between all the bids. But the trouble is, seeing as it's a constant race to the bottom to try and get these things, to try and build these things, you end up with this as a problem. It's the interesting question I was dealing with a few years ago was, people asked me, why are the British why do the British builds often come in closer to their budget in terms of their unit price, if not the project price per unit, than their American counterparts? And the answer is because usually the British only have one or two options to bid from, so there isn't that much competition, and there's no one really driving the price down. But
And
the
also,
fact is, they also know the British don't want to pay it. The British don't want to pay a lot of money, so they charge them what they think they can get over, which isn't that much, and it comes in on the price it was supposed to. Yes, Fremont.
And part of, as Josh H points out, part of the issue with the constellations is the usual thing that happens in U.S. procurement since like the 1980s is requirement bloat. Also, Congress critters say many, many, many things. Some of them even make it out of the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
And while Congress did just hand over a massive amount of control over the checkbook to the White House, they still have ultimate control over the checkbook.
Oh, Josh H., the Queenlesses were cheap, especially when you realise we literally paid for 3.5 carriers because of the delays to the build process, etc., and things we chucked in, and got and rather than 2. So, in actual, the unit price of building the ships, you could actually divide the cost on building part of the portion, and what's the overall program? It's almost 50% of the program is spent on actually building the ship, on building the 2 ships, and the other 50% is various other things added in. You could actually have built 3 carriers and not change the cost of the program at all. It's amazing once you start factoring that in.
Carl von Gasenberg, no, the U.S. government policy is privatize the profits and socialize the losses. That is official U.S. government policy.
Yeah. Dragon 2000. Various members of the panel are teleported into 40k post Lion's return and have been given the power to meet with one person, and you'll not be stopped. Who is it and why?
Do they have to be alive and have a known location?
Alive, yes. No, known location, no.
I don't know. If I want to try and help a brother out, I'd probably go to talk to Gulliman.
The main thing about not being stopped also should add is basically you will not get removed by the Inquisition or anything for being a heretic.
If I want to help a brother out, I'm going to go to Gulliman with an Excel sheet and this thing called relay logic. If I just want to have a decent conversation, I'll probably hunt down Vulcan.
Oh, good lord, you and Vulcan are having conversations.
Listen, I would normally... Okay,
I think,
in a
honestly, it's got to be Gulliman, because if I went to talk to the Mechanicus, I'd probably end up beating them all to death with their own limbs.
Yeah, that would be my problem.
Psychologic. So it has to be Gulliman.
Because, okay, Call's head is too far up his aft matter expulsion port for me to be able to have a conversation with him. So that leaves Gulliman to try and convince him that he can get 3 times as many ships for less than half of the inputs that he's using just by, instituting limit switches and relays. Vulcan, I could have a decent conversation with. I'd love to have a conversation with Korax, but Korax currently has a one-track mind, and that is make Lorgar absolutely miserable until I can actually kill him.
And he's succeeding.
Which, to be honest, is admirable. And as much as I want to talk to him and don't want to deal with that current attitude, I just want him to go ahead and do it. Live his best. Bird Boy needs to go and live his best life.
Going and having a conversation with Ghostly Valdor and his little sort of king in the warp scenario, that seems like a complicated one to me, because until we know more about the situation and what's actually happened to Constantine in the in-between time, I'd prefer to keep away from that.
Talking to any of the custodies would probably be either the most interesting thing I've ever had, or exceptionally boring.
Yeah.
And I'm going to lean towards being boring.
Also, with
Paul,
the joy of, as a historian, having a chat with Gilliman, who's restarted the Historitors, I could explain so much for how they need to be run and organized.
Yeah, but as a historian, would it not be better to talk to a certain British Museum enthusiast?
Oh,
the
it would
problem
be
is,
fun.
the
The trouble is,
problem
I'd end up being
crazy.
collected by him.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but I would offer to be part of his collections as long as I get a Taurus
Technically speaking, according to the question, the whole not being stopped thing would involve not being added to the collection.
Well, no.
Yeah, but it's just imagine getting at least a limited Taurus Solaris.
I just ran out of letters in the YouTube thing.
We would be able to have a conversation with him, and then we would get sucked into a Pokeball and then put on a plinth with a plaque that says "perfectly intact second millennium or first millennium human."
Yeah. So let's move on to Night 6
Paul,
for one's question now.
1 second. I went down.
I was going to do actual answer. How about Drago?
Oh, of course.
The
Paul,
Matt Wardian of Matt Ward Space Marine, Ultramarines. I want to know what's going on in the head of the Sun Eater.
Okay. Paul, the questions from Twitch are in the queue and can be dispensed at any time. So Twitch is not getting lost. Okay. We may now continue.
Okay, 1981. If the Deutschland class were armed with 210mm armed cruisers, how does that change the following German cruiser designs? They're probably 9-gun rather than 6 main gun ships, and that might become the form of the next following cruisers. It probably should do, and also if they're 8.3-inch guns, that's close enough to an 8-inch gun. You might just standardize on that. But that's also going to have a problem for the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, because all the development you do of the 11-inch guns over the Deutschland class won't happen. So that could mean the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau get basically Mark 1 11-inch guns from equivalent to Deutschland, or maybe those on possibly not the Grass Bay, possibly. It's going to have other consequences and knock-on effects. Why did the British develop integrated electric? Why did the British develop the integrated electric propulsion? Because that's what you do at that time. It was considered a system which would allow them to, well, how do I put this? To allow them to stabilize systems and try and get the best of both worlds. That's the integrated electric propulsion, and this is what I've had to talk about because I was working with a friend on system. If I was making not just, I've talked about the maximal British ships, but there's also potential the maximal American ships. And if you consider the American construction of diesels, you could theoretically, with their electric drive that they were planning for Lexington's, if you go with that and you then use steam turbines and diesel engines that could run off pretty much the same fuel with the boilers and turbines, you could end up with a very, very efficient, very fast system.
For the idiot electrician in the panel and anybody else who may not know in chat, what is the integrated electric propulsion system?
Literally, as it says on the tin.
I'm very dumb. Please explain.
You've got electric drive, and you've got various sources of power.
Okay, so it's turbo electric.
Pretty much that's one of them.
Okay, thank you.
There's potentially a whole video in it at some point, but it's what do I want to go that far down into the weeds, and do I want to explain all the variations of it?
Okay, I'll put it in Patreon.
Please don't, not too soon. But guys, thanks to my sister, I forgot to what happened to my poor sister this week. I forgot to post a Patreon. I've got it all written up. I just haven't started it. Oh. Yeah. No, Charles.
Yeah,
No.
just no.
No, just no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
No.
As
But
as we
guys,
said at the beginning of the keep if politics or religion gets brought up, keep it constrained to the topic at hand. You go further afield, we're going to start moderating people in general. Thank you. My team thanks you. My blood pressure thanks you.
But guys, do you see any US new shipyards opened up or old ones restarted to help build and maintain US owned ships and commercial ships? And where would you put them? I'd love to see some done, but I don't see any of that happening yet.
Realistically, with current U.S. domestic politics, I do not see that happening in the foreseeable future.
That's going to take a major shock for that sort of thing to start happening. Yes. And a lot of major investment as well, so that's not happening anytime soon. Nice to everyone. If the JMSDF adopts the integrated electric propulsion on their Otago-class guided missile destroyers and future ships sooner, how much more effective would the JMSDF ships be? It's going to make them operationally more efficient, but more effective. That's going to depend on how they're being used. That's a whole. Yes, you're changing this one thing. How's that going to change your utility and use of these ships? And it could change it for the better. It could also change it for the worse. It depends on their approach.
They might be slightly more future resistant, as future systems require more and more energy if they've already got large power plants to begin with. But
okay, Stafford, you're going to need to clarify on this because you've got how long of an engagement can modern warships perform in relation to those of eras gone by? I.e., River Plate compared to Praying Mantis, for example.
I think continuous firing exercise.
Continuous firing. Well, you can fire until you run out of ammunition. But the thing is, how quickly do you run out of ammunition? You run out of missiles fairly quickly. You run out of shells will take slightly longer, but you're firing the gun for probably you have about as many rounds per gun as they did then, but you fire at a slightly quicker rate, so you probably wouldn't have as long a firing time as them. But the whole idea of with the missile era, you're not supposed to be in that kind of situation. So,
Stafford, my suggestion for you is dig a okay. Mauer, you've been warned repeatedly. Knock it off. Stafford, if you have foundation leaks, check that your wall isn't bowing. Worst case scenario, you may have to dig a very large pit on the wall that's leaking and line it with a bunch of porous material. I have done that. It is a pain in the butt. I actually learned what it felt like to pop my hips in and out of joint because, of course, after we opened up this giant 10-foot deep, 6-foot wide, and the length of my house hole, it rained. I don't have opinions about this at all.
Fun times.
Knight 6831, question 116. So, why isn't it likely that by 1942 an Eagle converted Admiral class, so an Eagle style aircraft carrier conversion of an Admiral class hull, would have had 7 Mark 16 and 4 Mark 5 octuple 40 octuple pom pom, 12 single 20 millimeter Orlikons, and 4 quad 50 cal Vickers? Is there a part 1 to this question that
Well,
I
there's
missed
a 2-2 of it, so I'm presuming that's the whole of it. If there's a part 1, we've missed it, 1 or 2. So what I would say is this. We're talking about a ship which would a hypothetical conversion which would have taken place post World War One, pre Washington Treaty. There have been at least 3 of them converted along the lines of that, the Admiral class, and honestly, the Eagle style conversion doesn't include the mounts for those sort of systems. B, if you are going to modify it to have those mounts, and you could do, that's going to require some effort. But also, when is the decision made? What's going to be done? What are the operating scenarios of those ships? You're talking about something 20 years after, plus years after they've been built. World War II's got the same standard. Bofors and pom-poms, the things that they could have that, they might not have it. They might have gone down a different route. Someone might have decided after building them that in 1930s they might have gone in for a modernization and come out with 4.5-inch guns added in, and the system's modified to take those, and they kind of come out looking like an armored carrier. That's the thing. It's 20 years later. They're a very viable asset. They're probably going to have had some modifications done. Steve Clarke, no, I joined the 2 questions. Thanks, Steve.
And Knight mentioning the Mark 16 and Mark 5 with a 4-inch 45 AA gun.
Yeah, but again, the thing is that those are, but you've got specific numbers. They might well have those weapon systems, but I'm not going to talk as to specific numbers of those weapon systems because that's going to depend on a huge range of things. Bud Guy to know, do you think all future USN carrier fighter attack aircraft should be stealth? With our current technological progression and the way things are looking at, it would make sense that they all carry a degree of low observancy, i.e. stealth characteristics. Whether that's a primary characteristic of the design or whether that is something you build into the design as a preferred category, i.e. a primary or a preferred category, or a core or a preferred category, depending on your phraseology. That's going to be interesting, and they're going to depend on how things progress and what is the operational capabilities of the aircraft. So, yeah, that sounds like a non-answer, but it's the answer is, looking at it now, the likelihood is yes, but it's going to depend on how technology evolves.
Yeah, I think a big part of it too is going to be a cost analysis. If stealth coatings drop in cost, which they might do with the scale that the F-35 is being produced at, you will probably see most airframes that are not active platforms like an AWACS platform get stealth. If we run into a situation where we just need fuselages, stealth is a secondary concern, but we need a lot of fuselages, and we need them cheap. You will probably see aircraft that do not have the full set of stealth coatings, but do have low observability shaping of their skins.
Yeah.
Which may be a rehash of your answer, in which case apologies, but it was just something that I was thinking.
Sometimes it's good to put in different, similar things in different ways. Night Secret 1. If the submarine scimitar had not been so poorly designed, I wouldn't say it's necessarily poorly designed, it's the generation it is. None of the aircraft in that there's a generation are particularly great. Would have lasted as long as it did or longer. It was always a period of transition. Those were a period. In the nicest way, you can always tell when you're dealing with a rapidly maturing technology. You have very short generations in development. You pretty much, as soon as an aircraft's entering service, you're already working on its successor. It's the same with the Scimitar. It's the same with every aircraft in that period.
Also,
Yeah.
considering it was in service for 12 years,
It did quite well.
that's not
yeah.
bad. Yeah. 57 through 69.
Agreed, Josh H. Had experience from your uncle did with the Scimitars. They weren't particularly poorly designed for what they did. No, they're fine for their contemporaries. It's just it's a period of transition. It's that's what's happening. Night Security for 1. Would I be right in thinking that the 4,000-ton Type 12 family, i.e. Type 12, Type 12M, Type 12I, Type 81, Type 41, Type 61, the original timeline weapon load would be the RN being conservative? Yeah, it was basically the RN designing for the period they were in. They had abilities to take more. Steve Clarke, the point about barbed wires and swordfish on a recent video, what is the most unusual material used for damage control on a ship in wartime? I will say this. You would be... there are... How do I put this? There was a joke about the 150 uses for condoms. That was at one point going around the Navy after World War II, because there were so many ways those sort of things can be used to deal with pipes and things which can be causing you issues. And of course, you have to remember they're also used to seal up guns and various other things for river crossings. There are lots of different ideas, different bits can be used, and wire coat hangers get used for so much stuff. But so do pencils.
I seem to remember them being something mentioning basically them being used as part of a naval mine development of, yeah, we need to make sure these components don't get wet, but this is actually a brilliant way of doing it.
Yeah.
And the people doing the testing at the time then got a bit of a reputation around town because they bought so many of them.
Yeah. Oh, they did. There were all sorts of issues with them. The point about... so we answered that one.
Melanie.
Paul Amos, 1962. Roughly how many fathoms of each type of ship of the line carry? Probably more running rigging than sounding. How many fathoms of each type of rope, I'm guessing, of ship... of each type of rope would the ship of the line carry? Honestly, from the top of my head, I don't know on the top of my head. I'm sure I have a book somewhere in here which would tell me that. But I do know that it used to take 6 weeks of full production for the rope walk at Chatham to provide the rope for... Oh, what was it? It was 6 years non-stop production. 6 weeks non-stop production was required to outfit a new ship with with a complete set of ropes. So 6 weeks. And from that point onwards, yeah. But I'm not sure if that were counted for the entire rope walks production, or if that was just one portion of it, because it was a very, very poorly worded section of the book.
Oh, carriers. Okay, sorry, Josh. You had a cross the lines on your message there, and I was like,
yeah,
wait,
it says carriers, and you mean Harriers, not carriers.
Yeah,
Sea Vixen was a... The Sea Vixen, in many ways, look at it, in many ways, it's a proto Tomcat. When you look at what they're looking for in a Sea Vixen, then you look at what what the Americans got with the Tomcat. Anyway, the Sea Vixen is a proto Tomcat.
I personally quite like the Sea Vixen overall as a plane.
I do.
It
But
has
you
its
didn't.
flaws, but
In a nice way, it would have been far better operating from the Maltas than the Audaciouses and the ships.
Oh
it was
yeah,
on. It would have been far more suited to them. Okay. Lots of questions are virtually coming through this evening. Steve, by any chance, are you hungry?
Probably.
Magnification requirements in Age of Shadows. Can you compare and contrast, I'm guessing, between the requirements between the RN, French, and Spanish and Russian small navies like Twin? They're pretty much all the same. It's all much of a muchness. No one's overly feeding their personnel. No one's really underfeeding their personnel because
The French get wine.
one of the things you have to remember is that if you don't feed your crew enough, they don't tend to work, and it's an incredibly physically demanding job, and that kind of defeats the purpose of taking them out there. It's kind of like the whole thing of having slaves as your galley oarsmen and mistreating them. It doesn't work the moment you start to consider, well, hang on, those oarsmen are my engine. So basically, I'm doing the extent of starving my engine of fuel and also whacking it with a hammer on a regular basis, and then expecting it to provide me with the power and operational capability I need in wartime and in a fight.
Okay, but
yeah.
real talk here. Sometimes you do have to engage in the litany of progressive maintenance in order to get an engine to work.
Yeah. But you don't do that. It's not a day-to-day treatment of them. Right then, so I'm gonna see if there's any questions from Twitch, and if there are, no questions Twitch. So let's open up the questions again. We'll take more questions in.
I thought I had something witty and insightful to say.
Oh, Ruinon, don't stress yourself on that one.
Yeah,
It'll come to you in a bit.
I guess you can see the smoke from there. Yeah, a big part of it is as well starving and abusing a whole bunch of your ship's crew isn't particularly great for morale or hygiene. Yep, Josh H.
And
yeah.
also, the other joy of the slaves is if you're doing regular boarding actions as part of the fighting, and your slaves are all your oarsmen are all mistreated slaves, then when the enemy board your ship, they tend to find themselves suddenly gaining a whole load of willing fighters who are going to side with them rather than you.
Who are quite strong. Do we blame the U.S. historians for why the Sea Vixen and the Scimitar get the bad rep? Okay. It sells more copies of books to say that something is either war-winning and absolutely 11 out of 10 great, or for it to say this is the absolute worst thing in the world, negative 10 out of 10. It's horrible. Burn it with fire, than it is to say, yeah, it's not great, it's not terrible, it's got some problems, but in the grand scheme of things, it's about a 5 out of 10.
I'd say the biggest problem you have in history with historic analysis going on, and my sister's just about to walk behind me, so she's going to be covering up her face because she doesn't want people to see what damage she did to herself. I will shorten the camera. Why are you off up there?
Because there was a great big crash when I was on the phone. I've got to talk to you about something a little bit later. And Stephanie got really spooked, and then we've had...
Do you want me to go check up there?
You could do. I don't know where the bang was.
Well, while questions are coming in, I will go check upstairs then. How's that sound? Because I've got my headphones on.
For you today.
You can't cover for me. No, my sister can't cover for me today because she doesn't want anyone to see her face at the moment because of things that happened. But Poodle, you cover for me, okay?
Yeah.
So, do you mind? You go up.
Could we blame the US for why Sea Vixens and Target better?
Just before we finish,
Maybe.
just before I quickly just put in my question and leave you with it. One of the big problems you have is that historians often analyze things according to their own navy's needs and nation's needs. So in the case of the Scimitar, the Sea Vixen, all these things, they don't look good if you're comparing them to the needs of the US Navy. If you're an American historian, you're comparing them to the US Navy's needs. They don't look. They're not good fit. They're not good aircraft, but they're a good fit for the Royal Navy and the Royal Navy's needs, and that's the problem. You sometimes have to come across is that people don't always acknowledge the fact that different navies need slightly different things, and those very small differences can mean big differences in the actual equipment they procure. Right, let's go have a look.
I'm going to
You
jump
stay here, Victor.
to
Okay,
Renea's question just because I know that was put in earlier.
Many PTs your way.
I don't think it was. I don't think it came through earlier. Are there any alternatives to stealth, speed, long distance weapons?
What's this in
So it's the old survivability onion.
Right.
If you want to survive, first off, don't be there. If you have to be there, don't be seen. Or if you have to be there, don't be detected. If you get detected, don't get seen, spotted, actually, eyeball contact. If you get contacted, don't get shot at. If you get shot at, don't get hit. If you get hit, don't get injured. And if you don't get injured, don't get injured bad enough to kill you.
There was a practical example of this, actually. Now, admittedly, it's a bit older, but it is an interesting one, at least, like to consider, and might get Fox's interest. The Blackburn Buccaneer. Its whole point was go low, be skimming the water to try and not get detected by radar. But also, if it was detected by radar, it's fast enough to get in and hopefully take out the target, then fly away again.
Yeah,
before the enemy can really react. Do I recommend this as a primary thing? No. But it has at least been tested.
You're pretty much. So it's going to be very much mission dependent upon what the alternative to a stealth or low observation system is. So hypersonics are a way to get around the stealth issue by going faster than air defense systems can engage, theoretically. Long distance is great for crew survivability, but at the end of the day, to be brutally honest, in the grand schemes of a conflict, you don't care to a point if your crews survive, so long as the target is removed from the board. Now, of course, you don't want to kill 15 air wings to take out one 2-lane bridge. But if you lose an aircraft to take out a bridge, which is a pain point for the enemy's logistics, meh. Okay, that sucks. You didn't want to lose the aircraft, but okay. So it's going to be very mission dependent. Knight 6831, question 113. What names other than HMS Queen Elizabeth wouldn't have been politically acceptable to use a radio-controlled target ship? KGV, probably, if I'm remembering my Georges right, because you have like 15 of them.
Huh? What's this in reference to? I'm trying to figure out.
Probably Queen Elizabeth, the battleship, was used as a target ship.
Right.
You've been doing a good job, Raleigh. Okay. Oh, you've been licking my chair, haven't you? That was your way of keeping them busy. God, you licked my chair.
Your chair tastes good.
Oh, almost slipped off it. It was so wet. Raleigh. Oh.
96831, question 112. Do you think 3D printing, as the technology advances, will be able to build vehicles bigger than small boats? Yes.
Yes.
The question is, how long is it going to take for it to advance to that point?
And yeah, that's also going to take a lot of development of material science.
Yeah, like you could print out 1969 Ford Mustang with the sintered metal printers. You can do it. The nice thing about 3D printing is that as far as the actual device itself goes, it's stupid easy to scale it. The problem is, can you scale the material science to the point where it can actually withstand the demands that are going to be put on the project? I think 3D printing for maybe the majority of our lifetimes is going to be relegated to hobby and either small production run or prototyping uses.
Oh, it's already getting there in certain facilities and certain things. There are
Yeah,
certain
like
capabilities which are going in nicest way. I will not be surprised if you see it being a stand if once they've got the metal grade 3D printing at the level they can. I will not be surprised if you start seeing ships parts etc. come from 3D printing. But it's going to be
yeah.
it's going to be probably a decade or so out.
Uh, but come on, brain. The the technology scales very, very well. It's just the material science that's what's holding you back. Um, they have seen you have seen 3D printed parts have commercial applications as far as a mass market applications. The first one that comes to mind is the intake manifold for the 2016 edition of the Ford GT40 is 3D printed. The intake plenum is a 3D printed part. And I think that is for the entire production run. But you're still only talking a production run of a couple thousand cars, not a couple tens of thousands of cars. So I think it's going to be a while before we see 3D printing get into the tens of thousands of parts. And I saw something about SLS. Where was it?
All right. So,
Yeah.
Night Everyone's next question was 111. And is it correct the Avro Lincoln U5 was replaced by the English Electric Canberra D10 of the RAF target UAV? I'm not sure if it was a direct replacement. I do think one enters service about the same time the other one leaves, but the nice way, they usually have a range of aircraft being used for that role, so I don't know if it's a direct replacement from memory.
Well, there's only ever 2 U5s built.
Yes, I don't
to
think it's
18 D10s.
It's more a case of U5 was a capability tester, and D10s was an actual capability. Paul Amos from Stafford Thompson. How many more ships could the USN crew if they utilised the Royal Navy automation systems? Could it lead back to a 600 ship fleet? That's going to depend on how they use it. The example I tend to give is the Arleigh Burkes have roughly 300 to 320 something crew. The Type 45s have about 190. And yes, the Arleigh Burkes are a more capable ship in terms of their missile set, etc. But when you look at actually what you need the crew for, they have 130 extra crew. I'm not sure if they really need all. If you were building an Arleigh Burke with similar systems as a Type 45 to reduce crewing, I think you could have the same capability. I think you probably would drop the crew requirement by maybe 100 people. Maybe 100 people. But the US Navy has some very interesting crew requirements. The example I tend to give is the Zumwalt's system, which means they can theoretically operate the boat deployment system with one person operating the crane and recovering it, and it's done automatically. They still insist on having a full boat crew standing by at all times when they're doing boat operations, just in case they need more, just in case it goes wrong and you need to do it manually. Whereas in the rest of the NATO navies, what they do is they have an on-call system whereby there are people who are sort of doing jobs, but they know that if there's a beep goes off and if you need to do it, they will run to the boat room to assist with getting the boats in and out. And so it's not just the systems; it's also the organization and the standards you set that will affect create crew numbers. Because if you need to, every time your boat launches, if you need to assign more than one, if you need to assign 10 people rather than one person to it, that's going to require you to have a lot more people than, yeah. Josh H. Yeah, and the PIP has reduced the Type 45s down to 100%, but not all the ships have been through the PIP, so I tend to use the standard numbers of roughly 190.
Knight 6831, question 110. Wouldn't it be accurate to say that without the Vietnam War, you have a world virtually unrecognizable to the one that we know today? Depends upon why you don't have the Vietnam War.
Exactly.
Also, at least with regards to the U.S., because that's what I can speak to, a lot of the things that we see in the U.S. today started well after the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
So, does not having the Vietnam War eliminate those items, those actions, those benefits, deficits, problems, solutions that we have today? I have no idea.
But guys, it's known. With the end of the START Treaty 2, do you think the USN should have gone back to 20 ballistic missiles instead of 16 ballistic missiles for the Columbia class? It would actually have to be 24 due to the missile compartment sizing of the compartment size. And if I remember correctly, they're 8-cell compartments, and so they would have to factor in a third compartment rather than 2 compartments. I think. Hang on, no. Let me look up the SSBN missile block. Just let me check it. Is it an 8 or is it 4?
Charles Mauer, yes, 3D printing engine blocks would save metal, improve cooling. Maybe it's going to depend upon the casting shape. You will still need honing. There is no way you're going to get around not having homing. You're going to have to do the machining to hone the bores and the.
Yeah.
Essentially, you're going to have to machine all of the moving wear surfaces.
The comm missile compartment has quad packs, so it could be 20. But originally the Ohios did have 24. So yeah, it would actually be they're going to have 4 compartments. They would need to go up to 6 compartments to equivalent to a Ohio class, because the common compartments have 4, and I think the Royal Navy ones for the Dreadnought class, I think the Royal Navy Dreadnoughts are just carrying 12.
Stafford, I mean, you're talking 107 years. An event that's 107 years in the past. Good luck trying to figure out what that was.
Yeah.
I need to see what the weather's going to be tomorrow, because my job site's going to be soup with the rain that I'm hearing coming down now.
Yeah, Stafford, that would change things so much with back in World War, sending it back to World War One. It would Treaty of Versailles. It would change it so much. It just that's way too early.
Knight 6831, question 109. Why were none of the British McDonnell Douglas BAC Phantoms ever converted to a radio-controlled target UAV?
Because by the time they were looking at it and considering it, those airframes have been through too much. In the nicest way, those are things which have been controlled by Royal Navy and then Royal Air Force fighter pilots. Can you imagine the G's those airframes have been through?
And all the sandblasting the bottom of the fuselage has gotten by flying 1 millimeter.
Look, we are talking about we are talking about services who recruit pilots who honestly get altitude sickness if they're flying higher than their heads.
Question 108. What might have been chosen for use as a target drone replacement for the RAF's Canberra D.10 and RN's Canberra D.14 UAV had they keep doing what the U.S. still does today?
Lord knows. Honestly, Lord knows. The odds are it's a Tornado of some kind, because that's the aircraft which can fit that flight profile at that time. But yeah.
Bud Guy 8829. Do you see there being actual drone fighters attack aircraft non-loyal wingmen, or will they just go to a loyal wingman setup?
I don't. Long term, there could be, but I think the initial ones, especially, will be loyal wingmen, and I think loyal wingmen is what we're dealing with for the first couple of generations. Actually, interesting is the amount of people who are trying very hard to avoid the obvious solutions of the problem, which is a second person aboard the aircraft, and the amount of people who are currently going, actually, that's what we're going to have to do.
I would also point out that the difference between a loyal wingman and a autonomous aircraft or an independent aircraft is software.
Josh H.
Maybe
The actual the 67 meters were you had to be flying below 60 or 70 meters for the trials. The actual heights in those trials have not been declared, but a guy who I know quite well who was involved in them said that the Buccaneer pilots and the Phantom pilots were having a race to see how low they could go. And knowing as many Phantom and Buccaneer pilots as I do, I think sheep would have probably been jumping over the aircraft.
remember the flight deck of the Queen Elizabeth is considered maximum altitude for most Royal Navy fixed-wing strike aircraft pilots.
Yeah, the F-35. Basically, the F-35s have to rise up to get back aboard them.
Yes. Knights 6831, question 107. Would I be right? The Calliope should not have survived the Apius cyclone. Hell.
No, we can't say that. We can't say that because she did. So basically, you're saying if the captain had been less skilled, she wouldn't have survived. Well, we don't know that because there are other captains around who the Royal Navy has quite a skilled set of captains. Her engines are quite good. She's in quite a good position in the harbour. All those things add up means that she survives. She gets out of it, but it's not something you can really sit there and go, yeah. Josh H., I don't personally know any Buccaneer pilots myself, but they did like to mow the grass from what I know. Yeah. Buccaneer pilots, I have returned the story because I've got quite a few friends. When I was doing especially my work on the Falklands War a few years ago, I met a lot of Buccaneer pilots. And it's the amount of them who do admit that at some points their aircraft possibly became submarines. Because if a big wave came up and they might have gone straight through it, which isn't good for the engines and apparently made their fitters very upset. But the Buccaneer was a very good aircraft. Not sure how much water they got in, but hopefully not that much.
Knight 6831, question 106. If the British had adopted the twin 5-inch 70 caliber gun that was being worked on, would the Royal Navy even be needing to adopt the 5-inch 62 now?
Probably not.
Why are they adopting the 5-inch 62 now? Range?
Because of it. The actual reason we're moving to it was because we're the only ones using 4.5-inch, and logistically it just made sense.
Okay, so they want a 5-inch gun to ease their logistics.
Yeah, basically that was it. But it was also that was a decision made at a time when we were still looking at everyone as being universally reliable and all these things. These decisions were made pre-2025. So we'll see what happens. Because, interestingly enough, we still have the facilities to make the 4.5-inch gun barrels. So we might end up doing something. But yeah, production for 4.5-inch ammunition ceased in 2016. So technically we were running down on that, but also we've still got the facilities for it. And we could get those started again, theoretically, with a lot of effort. So it's going to be an interesting debate that's going to be had over the next few months. It wouldn't be a financial decision. It wouldn't be a financial decision, Josh H. It would be a strategic independence decision to carry on with the 4.5-inch. But honestly, the thing is, 5-inch ammunition. If you go down a 5-inch route, there are lots of options available, including those lovely anti-submarine browns, which are quite useful for dealing with UUVs in uncrewed underwater vehicles in shallowish waters and littoral waters. That's what the people keep sort of asking what the 5-inch ASW canister rounds are. Yeah, and we do manufacture a 5-inch in the UK as well. So yeah,
I would be curious to see what modern British 5-inch guns would be if they did continue from the 5-inch 70, because that gun is a monster.
Yeah, that would be the interesting thing. it's an interesting thing is what happens if we go the route of, because it's an Anglo-Italian partnership already happening. There's been a discussion with I've heard rumors, and these are rumors I've heard in openly talked about enough that I don't mind sharing them, of maybe discussions between BAE and Otto there, or rather between BAE's subsidiary Bofors and Otto about doing a new European 5-inch gun.
Sorry, did a Vickers salesman rise from the dead or something?
Well, BAE
'Cause
owns
this seems like something
Bofors,
Vickers would do. Yeah.
and Otto Malera currently do a 5-inch gun, and they want to develop a next generation, but the cost is going to be astronomical. And it's better if you can share that out, and if you bring in someone like Bofors, a Bofors Otto Malera gun system is going to be it's pretty much guaranteed to be a good gun.
The Swedes allowed somebody to buy Bofors?
BAE were allowed to buy it.
Fair enough.
Very specifically, 3 companies were looking at it. The one who was allowed to buy it were the British ones.
Yeehaw. Go UK.
Could the Rio de Janeiro hull take 381mm Mark 1 guns and 234mm Mark 11 guns?
So, I actually know exactly what this is in reference to, and we have seen it before. This is in reference to the Pan American battleship Atlantico from World of Warships.
Yeah, and it's basically fitting it with 15-inch and 8 point.
They fit it with 5 twin
9.2.
15s and then 4 twin 9.2s either side.
Yeah.
I think you could probably do the 15s quite reasonable.
Yeah.
It's just the positioning of those 9.2s I have issues with. Because their handling spaces would not be fun.
Just right. Saab owns another particular portion of Bofors. Yeah, the gun portion went to BAE though. Saab own a section of Bofors, but they don't own the gun portion. They own the targeting portion, a part of the targeting portion in both. It's a whole complicated and fun relationship. Would they even consider this idea? Probably not, but you know, because at the time the issue was you wanted a uniform main battery, because it makes targeting easier with the technology they have available at the time. There is a reason why whenever I'm building UAD ships in UAD, I tend to have a secondary of a 6-inch and a 3-inch, and then I have my main gun can be whatever it wants to be. It can be 12, 15, 16.5-inch, whatever. There is a reason I do that, because instinctually it's been beaten into me by years of historical study that unless I have clear demarcation between my primary, secondary, and tertiary weapons, they can confuse each other with the gun splashes.
Also, 9.2s are not the quickest guns to reload, I would think. And from what I've seen, so they don't actually do the very good job of taking out torpedo boats or... Like, yes, you might be able to damage an enemy cruiser, but...
Yeah, it's an anti-cruiser
really the
weapon,
point?
and frankly, you don't need it.
Yeah.
If you were a cruiser, there's a good reason to have them.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a cruiser, there's a good reason to have them. If you're a battleship as your primary, they're a primary gun, as are the 15-inch.
Honestly, you could probably fit 5 or even 6 twin 6-inch turrets into the same space, which I think will be far better use.
I feel like I am hearing / seeing the flames of the world burning in Melanie's eyes at her ingesting the idea of Otto Malera and Bofors working together to make a gun.
Look, it's gonna if it comes about, it's gonna be a very interesting 5-inch gun, and it's probably gonna be a world-beating 5-inch gun, which will probably not be topped until someone comes up with a railgun. Because I can't see the Americans paying to develop a new 5-inch gun before they get the railgun tech working.
It's either going to be gold or it's going to be a pineapple on pizza.
Who knows? But how's Skyrim
Some people like pineapple on pizza.
There are always people who like
She's been trying to start a new
Yeah,
campaign.
and we know one person likes the host. People can be wrong, Rui.
Look, in
Seneca,
nice
the
way,
second the
Uh,
Germans start producing in '88, run.
someone please
Go to
check
Antarctica.
Rheinmetall's website because I did hear they might be actually starting to work on one, but we'll leave that to one side.
Oh God. Black Horse. How often was duct tape used in the Navy? How often is duct tape used in the Navy? And the answer is yes.
I have literally seen those boards of if it's not moving and supposed to, WD-40. If it's moving and not supposed to, duct tape. The amount of ships which have those boards hanging somewhere quietly in their engineering room as a joke is disturbing. Do you see railguns ever going to sea in a warship? Note, there was a very recent Royal Armouries lecture on the subject very recently. I think they could well go to sea in warships, but I think it's going to take a lot of metallurgical work, and it's going to take a lot of fine-tuning of the ideas, because copper is good, but it wears out too quickly. And so you're going to need to come up with an ally. And what I would tell people who tell me this is going to be either insurmountable or will take too much time is that if you put enough money as an option because it is needed enough, and if the scenario gets to that we really need these guns, because the thing I could see that could really make rail guns become a criteria very quickly is if all these attempts to try and reload VLS at sea become prove as problematic and difficult to implement as my suspicion is of them. And if they do, then suddenly railguns are going to get very, very attractive as a useful system for expanding it.
I think unless to get railguns to work, you need literal unobtainium. You will see railguns going to sea. Now, will railguns go to sea on every vessel that has a deck gun? Maybe, maybe not. They will at least go to sea on your status assets. Whatever your presence ship is that is a gunship or a missile boat.
Josh H., what you're talking about is what's actually been publicly stated as a confirmed agreement. What I was talking about was a rumor which a friend of mine who is very much involved in these programs was happily chatting about in the pub the other night. So there is a difference in what we're talking about here. You're talking about what's on their website, and I agree that's what's stated on their website. I'm talking about what a friend was talking about quite loudly in a pub the other night, and they should probably know, and they were being grooved by a couple of our friends who were also in the pub with them, who also should know. So it was an interesting discussion. I ended up in a pub discussing naval gunnery. It's what happens. It's not, but it's a case of it's not behind the doors, but it's not yet been publicly officially announced. If that makes sense, Josh H., as I understand it, it's not. So it's in that in between nexus period where things can die still, but it could also become great. So it's But basically, because one of the reasons it has come apart is because their experience working on the Volcano rounds and these things together, they've built up a level of trust between the companies, which is allowing them to push forward these things.
Seneca Nero has a question. Presumably to the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force pilot maximum altitude guidelines. With landing gear deployed, or were landing gears hindering the pilots in flying low? As I recall the manual that I never read at any point in my life, to reach cruising altitude in a Buccaneer, you would first take off, raise the landing gear, and then descend to cruising altitude.
That is almost word for word what Mike Clapp said here when he was talking about it on the on bilge pumps.
Then I have a very weird memory that retained that episode.
It's the Submarine Scimitar's bad reputation unfair? Yes. Simple answer. By Guy 89, what did other navies think of the CSS Huntley at the time of her somewhat successful attack? Oh my lord, isn't that cute?
Oh, I
Mostly
was
they
going
thought
for
cute.
leaf meat.
Let's be honest. It's a case of Huntley did what she did. Interesting. Will it necessarily work? How would we prevent it happening to us? But also, you have to remember the CSS Huntley, and Lord love her. There's actually a good lead scenario where quite a lot of the world didn't really realize what had happened. Because she went down herself very quickly after it. And
Good night, Leslie.
yeah, take care, Leslie. She was I did a TV program about her a while back, and it was an interesting thing to talk about because the poor thing was really sent on a hiding to nothing in some regards in terms of hurting herself. The charge she had was always going to cause trouble the way they were positioned inside her. It's not a submarine, it's a submersible.
Knight 6831, question 103. Would Alsace with 127mm model 1948 and 57mm turrets be more likely to be what she would end up with? How long would the Alsace take to get built? There's not enough information in this question to answer the question. Presumably
Basically-
about as long as it took the Alsace to get built.
That's
Basically,
Alsace B Holland warships.
Yeah. And so that's basically if the French carrier managed to... If war holds off and the French are building the Alsace class, would she get a 1948 gun?
It's a bit kind of like what happened to Jean Bart, is my thoughts.
Well, the thing
post-war
is,
with
the Alsace
modernisation.
class battleships were planned in the late 1930s to come after the Auriculas. And the thing is, they are probably going to enter service well before 1948, I'd hope. So I'd hope they'd get a different gun than the 1948 one. The Auriculas were supposed to enter service by they're supposed to enter service by roughly 1942 for the first two. Next two are supposed to enter service 1944, 44-ish. Actually, yeah, well, no, they wouldn't have 48 guns because they get the guns fitted before that. So maybe 1947, 1946 model guns, but I doubt they get 1948 model, if that makes sense.
I just saw Melanie pop up into chat, and I'm not certain.
Submarines did not exist in until the advent of nuclear propulsion. Oh, good Lord, Charles. No, Biden didn't kill railguns. All sorts of things killed. But the China wasn't using the info to build theirs. They weren't building railguns. China was building gas guns. There's a difference in the system. So, yeah, there's all sorts of misunderstandings from there. But I've seen that someone go, this gun was based on the American technology, and you go, no, it wasn't, because that's a Gauss gun, that's a railgun, and they're very different systems. One uses a coil, one's using it's a very different system, and it requires very different things. In many ways, a Gauss gun is a simpler system, but it's a less accurate one. It doesn't give you the same range. Gauss guns, though, could be very quickly and very easily implemented by most nations. If they really wanted to. The trouble is making, unfortunately, if you want to use smart shells, Gauss guns might actually work against you because the coil, the sheer amount of force it exerts, energy in the coil, will possibly fry any guidance or systems, anything you try and put in the shell to make it a smart shell. So it's half a dozen one, six of the other.
Isn't a big issue with Gauss guns is that they act as de facto rifling as well?
Railguns definitely do.
So if you've got smart shells, because I thought railguns you were able to get a smoothbore effect from, where the stop shell doesn't have much rotational velocity. But Gauss guns has a lot of it.
Gauss guns gives you
Um,
all sorts of fun things thrown into it, but it depends on how you set up the Gauss gun.
Josh H. If you're talking about the barrel wear on rail guns, it is the plasma from accelerating the shell projectile so far.
And
So
it's also
fast.
it's the charge between, and it's using copper coils. They've got
You
to
are
replace the coils mainly. That's the big thing longer term. There's other issues as
you
well,
are
but that's the one that's metallurgically the most difficult.
you are essentially creating a prolonged timed arc flash to accelerate a projectile. It's nasty.
Honestly, the physics behind railguns in general are fascinating.
Terrifying.
It's cute.
Well,
It is
Bolton
cute.
coil
It is
guns.
cute.
Yes, Melanie, but also there's a lot of things that don't technically have things that we still call them by those things. So to say that railguns have barrels is meh.
And to be honest, the
Black Hole.
rails are mounted in a barrel formation, so it does kind of look like a barrel. Anyway, Black Horse, how often did Swordfish cause other planes to stall? More often than you like to think if you're a German or Italian pilot. The amount of German and Italian fighters who ran into issues trying to slow down to go with a Swordfish which was going really slow. Because sometimes the trick for Swordfish was to actually just fly slow, and then the Germans and Italians couldn't go slow enough to properly engage you. They would have to do flying high-speed passes, and often they missed. It was a joyous thing. Also, the other problem if they're flying past you at high speed, is that can actually give the tail air gunner a perfect shot, and that's what accounted to a number of tail air gunners getting very close to ace status, because the aircraft ending up trying to shoot past them had to do a run trying to shoot past them, and as they're going past, either opening up their belly or something, to being shot by the tail end gunner. Some actually tried to pass below the Swordfish, but that was again not usually considered a good idea, because the Swordfish usually flew very low. So yeah, it was fun. Take care, Josh Hickson.
So they're
Uh,
able to do what the IL-2s did on the Eastern Front, where they're advised to fly low and slow as possible, because there's a good chance your opponent will launch at themselves.
Yeah.
To Mark Hayesgray's statement, if you've ever heard the phrase "ride the lightning," if you want to literally do that, get shot out of a railgun. Don't worry, you won't survive it either. But you will literally be riding.
But
lightning.
you'll look so cool and pretty while you fry alive.
You won't look cool. You'll look very hot, and pretty is in the eye of the beholder.
But you'll look like the Human Torch.
Yes, that we can.
Runon, are you going to tell me that all these movies have lied to me? That these people are not cool?
Cool is a relative term.
They are, in fact, very, very hot.
Yeah, I would say if you're on fire, you're not cool. You're hot. You're smoking hot.
But hot is a relative term.
Right then. Okay,
are we talking hot compared to an ice cube, or hot compared to the sun?
Shall we move on?
Stafford Thompson.
Yes, I think we should.
The return of specialized drone boat destroyer, and would it be its own class or variation of frigate? It's doubtful, because honestly we already have a specialized small boat destroyer. It's called the Lynx helicopter. It carries a rather large number of rockets, and and sometimes ski skewers, and it's been specialized in destroying small vessels below of 1,000 tons or less for the last 70 odd years. It sometimes feels like 70 odd years, but actually about last they did come into service in 1970, so it must be actually getting up to 60 years. The first Lynxes, didn't they? We're now into the super Lynx and variations of the Lynx family tree, but yeah.
Do we want to relieve Steve from his unending task in about 2 minutes?
Well, I have put up a sign saying questions are closed for now, but you know.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Why would USSR considering
States.
Project 82 with mixed 100mm and 150mm secondary batteries? Honestly, because that's the USSR.
Jonathan Moon That is a cruel method of execution. That is a cruel method of execution. Ouch.
Paul asks,
Ouch.
why does the panel consider what does the panel consider to be the silliest ship or naval plane in the past 120 years?
LCS.
Past 120 years, there's a lot of options out there.
LCS.
Sorry, what was it? Well, the
Silliest
was
ship
that.
or naval plane in the past 120 years.
I can only pick one, so I'm picking the LCS.
Oh, because it's also a naval plane, which adds even more things in.
Yeah.
Every other hull or airframe that I can think of at least had a valid reason for being designed the way that it was.
Just because it has a valid reason does not mean it's still not silly.
It can still
Honestly,
be silly, but not having a valid reason to be designed the way that you are makes you more silly. It automatically puts you into the top ranking of silly.
but to be silly, you've also got to look strange.
I
And
don't.
is
know-
there any ship stranger than the Caspian Sea monsters? They are Chrono plans.
Okay, no, Hayes Gray has a good point.
Hmm?
A thunder screech.
The Sea Skewer didn't leave service till 2017. Josh H. And yes, it's left production, but it's been replaced in service by the. Well, theoretically, it's supposed to be replaced in service by the Sea Venom, which comes into service in 2026. But that's supposed to be a replacement for it.
Yeah.
Mark Harkness posits the F5U flying flapjack.
I don't know if it's necessarily the silliest, but BV-238, despite my love of it, is definitely a real one of why you would need to make such a huge flying boat plane with literal days of fuel and more 13 mils than God needs.
You let God have as many 13 mils as they want to have.
Yeah, but they're 13 mils is the thing. 12.7s that I can understand because that's in that case, but German 13 mils and quad turrets.
Listen, Knight, with the Cutlass, sometimes you just have to have a good suck.
Cutlass wasn't that bad.
There's definitely some of the prototypes.
Honestly, there's just
Yeah.
the trouble is with having as much knowledge as I do. Is it saying the question is the silliest, and there are so many options. There are so many options. Also, what I love is the chat actually inverts, so it works from the top down on the screen, and it works from the bottom up on my display. So I get those sort of inverted. I get them constantly passing each other.
Are they being polite to each other, though, as they pass?
Broadly speaking.
I have managed to
You
tangle
looking
my
for something in
slinky.
particular?
Raleigh's dinner.
He's eating everything, I think.
You sure?
Yeah, if not, I'll bring the bowl through later. But
You sure?
you don't want to come through because you don't want to. You're worried about running risk of people looking at you on the camera and calling you a chipmunk. The only one who's allowed to call you a
Stafford.
chipmunk is me.
But Stafford, after 7 p.m. it should be dark. All this nonsense about
Don't
it being
worry, sis, it'll
bright
be
until like
okay.
8,
You'll get
9
better
p.m.
Listen, just because your
I'll get
little
I'll grab
team-scoped
it and
island
send it for you to see.
is dreary and depressing doesn't mean the rest of us have to live in misery.
Oh no, Runon,
Wait,
you're making
your
Runon, you're making you're making the mistake there. There's a difference between it being bright or dark due to the lack or the presence of the sun and it being light and dark because we're completely covered in clouds. These are two very differently distinct things. Like it can be dark at all sorts of periods. It can be bright at all sorts of periods. British weather doesn't care. The clouds are there, and you will not see any of it.
Night. I've got question 103. I haven't got question 102, so I'm going to presume poor Steve missed that in the bubble.
Yeah, fair, Stafford.
Knights Errant, question 100. Would a 15 60-inch gun Belfast R1950s rebuild have a turret deactivated like Vanguard did? Okay, so I'd say after a rebuild, actually, Runon, etc., and others were right. Fleet was right when you said you possibly would end up with 9 guns forward and 2 guns aft. The 6 guns aft being converted to a helicopter system or something like that, because it would give you a fairly large amount of firepower and capabilities. There's also scenarios where I could see a missile system being added in. Yeah, it just there are options. Would it have a turret deactivated? Possibly. Black Horse. When did actual stubs start first being made and not submersible boats? You're pretty much talking. I'd say once
Early
you get to about
1900s?
the A-class submarine post World War II. That's what we're talking about. But to be fair, the first class, which was technically built with more attention being paid to their underwater performance than their surface performance, was technically the U-class submarines of the Royal Navy. Technically. Because of when they were actually built. Okay? It's not necessarily the earliest program looking into it, it's the earliest program which actually builds something. But in terms of their underwater performance being the critical capability of their operations, you're probably looking at... Well, people would usually say the German Type 21s, but they have all sorts of issues, so I'd say it's the A-class and the American equivalent of time. But realistically, it's once we get to nuclear power and we're building stuff which have to compete with nuclear power, that we're starting to get true submarines where underwater performance is what we expect of a submarine. And also, I forgot the Martlin missile as well earlier, which is the other thing the Lynx likes to use. The Wildcat, as it's called now. The
Knight
AU-1
6831.
the Wildcat.
Question 99. If the town class cruisers were built as Edinburgh, improved Edinburgh, 5-gun Edinburgh, wouldn't that make modernizing them easier? The modernization for Edinburgh, Edinburgh's modernization, the planned upgrade and modernization program for Edinburgh. That modernization?
It's gonna depend on how they build it. The nicest way modernizing a ship is always a cost, always about a value of cost versus performance and what you want to get out of it. Whether it's if it's a bigger ship, it's usually easier to modernize because you've got more stuff you can remove. So yeah, it's kind of a question. And if the Yamaha A-class A cruiser conversion had gone ahead, where they be more useful, and would the USSR get more use out of their Lend-Lease one?
I think it's going to take an act of God for the USSR to get more use out of their naval assets that aren't destroyers or gunboats.
Honestly, yes. They have all sorts of issues with sustaining and supporting ships because of logistics and infrastructure. So, yeah, they get quite a lot of use out of that, but, there's only so much use they can get of it.
That might be giving too much credit to those Russian destroyers as well.
Hey, don't be cool about the Ruski destroyers. They're very plucky.
Ramal, I think we covered this last week. Yes, Phalanx is outdated as an overall design. Phalanx is outdated. It's been outdated for a while because we weren't going to be going to war ever again after the Soviet Union imploded.
Yeah.
So why do we need to update our advanced systems? We can just keep what we have forever. Somebody shoot me, please.
And camels, and let's be honest, the CRAM is not really a good idea either. It's a very good idea if you're dealing with an opponent who has a very small stockpile of weapons, i.e. anyone who's not a peer threat. The moment you're dealing with a peer threat, it doesn't have enough depth in its magazine.
I fixed that, Seneca. You are probably don't have mod privileges on Discord. Sorry. I was doing some testing within the last 10 days and I muted it so people don't get a bunch of pings that are irrelevant. So, Dragon Knight 6-8 Knight is very concerned that you know that Eagle Union is the centerpiece force for the March event in Azure Lane.
Oh, cool. I think there needs to be lots of questions about this for Fleet tomorrow night.
Yes,
Considering
exactly.
I finish at 5 tomorrow, I'm more than happy for Azure Lane stuff.
Yeah, I think there needs to be lots of
Melanie-
questions ready to go on that.
Melanie, I would say
And
a proper
I think
modern
that needs to
Seaway-
be. I think that needs to be advertised in all the parts of the net where people who are Azure Lane fans get together, because I think Fleet could really do the exposure. I think Fleet would really enjoy all those people turning up to discuss them with him on his channel.
Are you attempting to break Fleet?
To be fair, there is an official promotions section, I'm pretty sure, on the Azure Lane Discord of
Oh,
just
good.
YouTubers who cover stuff. So I could stick his
Yeah.
channel there.
Please do, because I would
They'll do a
really
they'll do a
enjoy
history
discussing
section,
that from.
I think, so.
I would enjoy discussing it from a history point of view, and I'm sure Fleet would enjoy learning more about what his viewers are infused by.
Melanie, a proper modern Seaways is laser based.
That we're all trying it. Britain's one is called Dragonfire.
Yes, because you guys have good naming conventions most of the time.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's
Sometimes
yet been
you have-
fitted to be is yet being fitted to HMS Dragon, but I'm so hoping it is soon. That's literally the first ship which should have been fitted with it is Dragon. Is Dragon.
Hayes Gray, buddy, friend, pal, chum, mate. We are a history channel that covers World War II extensively. We have already invited the weird side of Reddit. The neurotypical people in this community are a mere speck compared to the amount of neurodivergence that we have in the server. And I am part of that neurodivergence. So I can say that.
I am not quite sure how I have managed to turn my channel into such a safe space for so many people to come along when I am very much the exact opposite of the safe space when I'm teaching the students. I will literally just stick the stuff up there and go, right then, we're studying war today. If you are going to get upset about things while studying war, I suggest you study something else. The images are horrific to look at. That's good. War is horrific. Sort of approach. But apparently that has created somehow inadvertently a safe space. I still don't know how.
Dr. Clarke, you tend to not ridicule people for being different or thinking differently or just processing information differently, and generally are accepting to people who are not morons.
I don't
in
care
the most aggressive and hostile sense of the word morons.
Why would anyone care about people thinking differently? It's interesting. That's how you have interesting conversations. If people all thought the same, then conversations would be boring.
At that point, you should be a hive mind.
You should meet my father at some point, and we'll see how that one goes.
Oh, in a
it's
nice
not
way.
surprising,
I'm used to winning those conversations.
It's not surprising that having another collab. It makes a lot of money.
In the nicest way, the scariest thing in my life is the sheer number of mums and dads who would love me to marry their children. It's a constant thing I have to deal with even now. I thought by the time I past my mid-30s I'd be out of that phase. No, it's not. No.
So, do we have more questions?
Yeah, I'm gonna say questions live, and I've
not too live because we are approaching the 4-hour mark. Yes,
Jonathan.
Steve Clarke has asked me to. Steve Clarke has asked me to give you this self-promotion message. If you like our content, please press the thumbs up button below your window. Please leave a comment to help boost us in the algorithm. And if you really want to see more content like this, please subscribe on both YouTube and Twitch.
Have you just repeated word for word what Sal says?
Do I get a cookie?
From Steve, yes.
No,
Jonathan Moon, a good design tool to plan out ships, not for engineering clients, but better than MS Paint. Usually, I have to say when I'm doing, I use the UAD system quite often these days because I can muck around in UAD quite easily.
Also, is excellent for visual designs as well.
I have CAD and various other systems as well. There's also the art one, Naval art, which is I find a little bit more picky
Stafford, Stafford asks, speaking of CWIS, what would we'll get to Paul, your question, Paul. Sorry, it just grabbed my mind because we were looking at it, or talking about it just so recently. Speaking of CWIS, would the next generation be returning to a 40 millimeter Gatling or jumping up to a 76 twin signals? I think it's going to go directed energy weapon. I think.
I have a feeling it's going to go a combination of the both, honestly.
Yeah, I think you'll have.
Yeah.
I think you'll have the Bearcats of projectile weapons, and then the Sabers of the F-86 Sabers of directed energy weapons. You will see the biggest, baddest, meanest, most effective projectile systems come out at roughly the same time we start getting lasers deployed.
I think you'll probably see hybrid systems because I've been talking with people about it, and quite a lot of the ideas are the Millennium gun is a 35mm gun. 40mm gun seems to be coming back in popularity. I'm not sure about a 40mm Gatling, but some people have looked at a 4-barrel 40mm, which is technically a Gatling, but it's only 4 barrels. And the idea has been can you have a laser mounted dually with that? There's been also talks about mounting a laser on the side of Phalanx as an upgrade and all sorts of things to do for how to do it. But it's an interesting thing that's going to be coming on. Paul Amos, if you go back in time. And back in time, which ship would you most like to serve on, and why?
USS Midway, essentially during my grandfather's period of service, because I'd like to meet my grandfather. Because based on how his daughters turned out, despite their husbands, he seems like he would actually be a pretty decent individual, and I'd like to meet him. Have no idea what the hell he'd think of me, but I would like to meet him.
What would I like to do?
I've actually got a couple of different ones. Is what you're thinking. As long as
well,
I'm off it
there's
before
part of me would like. There's part of me would like to go back in time to just before Jutland on HMS Lion, and possibly shoot someone. But I don't. If I'm not doing that. If I'm going to go back in time and serve, I think... Ooh, what would I like to do? What would I like to... As part of me would like to be in HMS Formidable's gun battery during a certain battle. But I think, honestly, I'll pick a tribal. I'll go back and serve on probably...
Any particular?
Probably I'd like to serve on Nubian because of all the things she gets in. Remember, if we judged the destroyer battles differently than we do... Any time a battleship fires a gun is a battle automatically. A destroyer engagement isn't always counted as a battle on battle honors, which is why Nubian has less battle honors to her name than Warspite.
Going for probably the most unique of mine, because there's 3 I wouldn't mind, but one which I think could be interesting would be HMS Hermes in the 20s.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun.
When she's basically first coming into a thing, and also when she starts doing the anti-piracy patrols, when you've got an aircraft carrier used as anti-piracy is also fascinating. But so that development of how does the carrier come about in Royal Naval Service?
Right. Steve C.
Stafford, is that
just the Navy that we're talking about? The question. Was it just the Navy we're talking about for the question?
No.
The actual question was, if you go back in time, which ship would you most like to serve on and why?
And
which ship?
Stafford, are you talking Sabo with a T round, or is that some...
HMS Britannic is a hospital ship.
Oh. Would you be going along her closing portholes?
Yes. But aside from that, it's because of issues. I wouldn't really be able to serve any other interesting time period of the Royal Navy. As far as I'm aware, the hospital ships are the only ships that could have female crew in World War One. You'll probably correct us on that.
Okay. Stafford, to answer your question, Q&A, how happy would the RN be if you could take the Sabo round back in time to the early 1930s? And how much of an advantage would it give them? None. For the RN. Now, for the Royal Army, they would love you. They would be all over you like white on rice.
This is
The
referring to
problem-
actual, this is Sabot rounds, right?
Yes. The,
Right.
the problem is with Sabo rounds in a naval context is they don't carry enough of a bursting charge. And with with naval rounds, penetration doesn't matter so much as the bursting charge. Mark Harkness, I should ban you for that pun.
There's
I
actually
should absolutely
okay,
ban
so,
you for that pun.
So, two things on there. One, if you were the wife or daughter of a naval officer, you could be, the wife or daughter in personnel, were aboard ships during the Napoleonic era, as we've discussed. So, there were options to be aboard, especially first rates and second rates and third rates. Yeah, as I said, it's the informal staff structure was often dependent upon them. In terms of the Sabo rounds, you are quite right for most naval ships, but I can think of at least one ship which would be really quite like Sabo and Sabo technology. Imagine if you could take the Rodneys, Nelson and Rodney, and you could put a 15-inch Sabo round into their 16-inch guns.
Ooh. Ooh, that's scary.
Ouch.
It's really so strange.
Sorry, I need to strap my
if-
mod hat. Hang on. Sorry, Foxo. Just give me 1 second to strap my mod hat on. Colin and Melanie, you are towing the line very, very closely there. I would warn you off of continuing that particular line of exchange. You're being polite, but I don't want to spark anybody else off in chat, please, and thank you.
Dr. Dan would like
Go
to
ahead,
serve on a hospital ship with the most nurses with red hair. So basically, he's going to be following Foxo around then.
Yeah, that's right. We did go.
I think they're about 20 years too young for it.
I would love to say that it stops him doing anything. Doesn't stop him following them.
Fair.
Just think, you can have your very own puppy doctor. Dan's probably going to
I think he's very professional at work. I don't think it. I wouldn't like to get him into this review. At work, I can imagine he's very respectful. You know.
Oh, I can absolutely imagine the same.
Yeah.
But outside of work.
Yeah.
So, also,
what can I say? It does seem to be a bit of a tight problem with naval historians. Judging by how many of my colleagues are married to girls of roughly 5'4", 5'2", red hair.
Yes. Well, the friendly sea mine continues.
Who are you to almost perfectly describe me?
It continues to scare the ever-loving out of me. So.
She's sometimes height-wise, no, isn't she? Isn't hair-wise? Depends on her mood. So yeah, maybe.
When I met her on, I think it was either Whiskey or Jersey, she was very nice, very pleasant, very polite. Actually, I think I met her both on Whiskey and Jersey. But yeah, no, I would not test her unless I absolutely had to. And if I absolutely had to, I would just consider my life to be expended.
Yeah, you're not gonna win. She's brilliant.
Because if she didn't terminate me, Drac would. So you know, it
Drac is I have often told him he is a very lucky man because of who he's managed to find and life he's managed to build with them. A very, very lucky
Anyway.
man.
Why haven't we seen from Bud Guy 8829? Why haven't we seen a modern naval 155mm gun that fires Army Marine ammo? Seems like that would make ammo costs come down to have a common medium caliber gun between the services.
Because
If I
it's-
had to guess, it's
Okay.
because if you're going to pay for the weight and volume for a deck gun on I will Melanie, for a full scope naval gun, you want something. You might as well just pay that little bit extra to get something bigger than 155.
Actually, the reason why they don't fire the same ammunition, despite being basically being similar, the similar sort of style of gun, is because once you consider the barrel length, it'd be incredibly inefficient to use the same artillery shell for the length of the caliber of a gun. So a 5-inch 62 is not going to buy. If you think about the 5-inch guns you have in terms of artillery ashore and being land moved, they are not as long. The barrels aren't as long. And the ranges they're firing over aren't as great. So there's a differential there. And you've got fully automated, fully mechanized systems which can use can move far larger rounds than the man-moved rounds often on the artillery. So these are the limitations you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a system which is mechanized, you're going to build to the abilities of that mechanized system. So whilst in theory it would be efficient to build a similar system, you'd either end up building a system which was was very difficult for you to use ashore, and still not enough punch for you to take up the space and make it viable for sea use, or would build a system which was able to be used at shore fine, but was grossly inadequate for sea use. And best obscure naval or as a lane question for Fleet's ramblings tomorrow night. I will, of course, not load the bases, but I would like to see a suitable advertisement of it in suitable places so that there's enough of his fans there to support him.
What time is it over there for you guys?
23:26.
Are all the little cousins supposed to be in bed at this point?
Well, we're past the watershed, if you mean it, at least on national TV.
My little cousins go to bed by about 11:30, but they tend to watch whatever we do afterwards after the next day.
I don't think time really matters here. But most obscure...
Is upper volume directly proportional to hull displacement?
No.
That's the best way I have to phrase that question.
But the answer to that question is no.
Okay.
All right. So,
I'll think about it.
Steph Thompson. Question 8 and Q&A. How happy would the Royal Navy be if you could take the saber around back in time to say the 8900s, and how much advantage? I thought we already answered it, but basically it could fit. It could give you a very interesting turn of events for the battleship rounds, especially for Nelson and Rodney, because a sabot round system could actually make their guns far more effective, and yeah, it will be. It's the battleships which might find it more useful. There's also, you might get some armor-piercing rounds made for the destroyers as well, because, especially for things like the Tribal-class destroyers, if you've got a 120mm sabot, whilst bursting charge does matter, that could punch holes in cruiser armor, light cruiser armor, and cause it, and give you some advantages by making holes below the waterline. Do I see any future in naval guns bigger than 5-inch? Yes.
From Bud Guy 8829. Yes, it'll probably be whoever wants to make a gun-based status asset first.
No, I would say not necessarily gun-based status asset first. I would say there's an honest discussion. This is the interesting. This is why the Otto Malera BAE hookup came up, because the debate was whether to go 6-inch or 5-inch, and there's an honest chance they could end up going for a 6-inch gun. I don't think they would, but there's an honest chance they could go for a 6-inch gun because there are the things we can do in a 5-inch shell at this precise time, and there are things we can scale down to a 40mm shell that we can't scale down to a 20mm shell. Well, guess what? If you've got a 6-inch gun shell, 150mm, 155 or 150mm shell, you can do all sorts of interesting things with it. And a 6-inch gun can give you these days you can get the same rate of fire out of a 6-inch as a 5-inch effectively. Same effective rate of fire. But the 6-inch shell, the range and other things you can build into it, you could be hitting targets a long, long way away.
Think about the barbarian ship putting a 6-inch shell.
Oh yeah.
Who's
Yeah.
AT?
Hmm?
I think
Alex
Stafford
Tree.
is telling yourself that you need to treat yourself.
Yeah, well, that would be a glass of Simplify and Brew.
I don't know why I should be getting a treat today. That Steve should be getting a big treat.
The big grey
Hayes
Gray.
Gray. That's
eat
the
plenty
big
of Foxer
green
treats.
monster.
The big grey monster wouldn't mind more Daka, but the thing is, basically I can see the 6-inch gun especially coming about as a scenario if you are dealing as another response to the whole VLS not being able to reload it, because if you can move off again some of your land strike capabilities to VLS and some of your from your shorter range anti-ship and anti-land strike capabilities to a gun system, that's going to get the required kills. Then you can use your missiles for targets which are further away.
Steve Clarke, or Bud Guy 8829, with the modern use of drones attacking shipping, do you think the United States Navy made the right call with going to the 76 instead of the 5-inch for the Constellation? I think that decision was probably more predicated on weight. Than lethality or gun performance.
My treat took longer to eat than I thought it was going to take.
Sorry.
It is to an extent. It's also to an extent that 76mm gives them a wide range of capabilities that they didn't have before in terms of scalability of engagement. And the 76 is very good for starting to give some extra defenses to the carriers, because if you consider what the US Navy lacked is similar to what the Royal Navy lacked, is that they can't really stick up a thick enough steel wall between a carrier and a carrier task group and a swarm of missiles or drones coming in. Because you try and engage them long way out with your aircraft, then missiles, then you've got more missiles, and then whilst you've got your close-in weapon systems to pick them off, if you can stick between your short-range missiles and your close-in weapon systems a steel wall up using your deck guns, so your 5-inch, your 76, your 4.5-inch guns, then if you've got that flak wall there, that's going to further shred them. And that's the point, really.
You know what would be a really scary steel wall defense and would probably make the Vickers 14-inch salesman just spin in his grave with glee? If somebody made a rotary 76mm weapon system.
Don't get started on that. People have actually looked into that sort of thing.
I think you can do it, especially because the old school 76 ammo was one piece.
But you have to consider that realistically, in the early Cold War, the absolute beats knees you wanted to have was the automatic 3-inch gun or 76mm, and it was literally used as setting up a steel wall. It was considered the best of it.
And Hayes Gray, if a 76 on a naval gun on a naval ship is a really big Firefly, what is a 76 millimeter rotary gun? Maybe a 3-barrel or a 4-barrel rotary gun. Then there. Yeah, that's a rotary magazine. I'm talking a Gatling gun. Because I'm crazy like that. Yes, the Vulcan Mega Bolter has entered the room.
Okay, right
We
then.
approve of this message.
From Steve. Answered that one. Steve, underwater protection on modern warships. Can you say what is the smallest practical charge for a naval mine or torpedo to cause significant damage to the vessel?
85 kilotons.
They don't really do that. They're all designed to break their backs by creating a vacuum, and either creating a vacuum or something else underneath underneath them. So yeah, the torpedoes, the charge the charge they have tells you exactly what they're there for, and you can go through that on Wikipedia.
Seneca Nera, in my power fantasy daydreaming, I have 16-inch rotary cannons. If I had Jeff Bezos levels of money, I would probably hire a team of gunsmiths and mechanical engineers to at least make up a design for a 16-inch rotary cannon. Just because. Why not? If I have that much money, what does it matter if I've got 20 highly paid engineers and qualified individuals on salary on a hiding to nothing? I think I have actually made Dr. Clarke question my sanity.
Rory, you had the choice to do something incredibly funny and you
Okay.
didn't.
All right.
And
so
what was that?
with the money you should
Make a
that's
modern
awesome.
cannon the same caliber as the early bombards, like the guns of Durban.
No.
Moving
How
on.
big would
I'm
you
moving
make
on.
it?
Moving swiftly onwards.
Moving very swiftly on.
About
Paul
that
Amos.
big of a
Paul,
concrete ball.
Fuck that.
Paul Amos. Do you all think that we are still suffering from the war ends after a few days due to nuclear war rather than conventional war?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At least in the public sphere, absolutely. I
At
don't
least in
know
the
what goes
political
on in planning sections.
I would say in the political sphere, because I've honestly had that conversation still, where someone went, "Well, what's the point in having investing in all these VLS reloading systems and this depth of magazine? It'll go nuclear within a couple of days." I went. My exact response to that was, "Well, if you design systems which are going to which are not going to be able to survive for more than a couple of days of war, you're going to be forced to go nuclear because you won't have anything left on day 3 to do the fighting for you, will you?" What do you mean?
Yes and no.
Yeah. That was literally,
yes and no. Sorry.
the sort of the response to that was, yeah. What do you mean? I went, well, if your systems are designed to will run out of their missiles by day 2 and run out of systems by day 2, they will get destroyed day 2, which means day 3, the only thing you have left to defend the country is the threat of nuclear weapons. And if you allow your bluff to be called and don't respond, you will no longer have a country. So you're forced to respond. So if you want to make nuclear war more likely, you don't invest in the depth of in depth of your arsenal. And they didn't like that idea because apparently it was abhorrent to suggest that enlightened nations or modern nations would consider nuclear war as a viability. And in my view was, well, if you've got no other options, you can't consider anything else.
The French have a nuclear warning shot doctrine.
Yes.
Is this person moderately aware of modern events and geopolitics at all?
I'd hope so.
Are you sure?
Considering the position they hold, I would hope so.
I don't like that answer. I understand it, and there's many politicians on my side of the pond that are the same, or public servants. But I don't like that answer.
The thing is, Melanie, about Russia is they haven't run out of conventional systems. That's the difference. Their bluff has been repeatedly called and they kept threatening them, but they haven't run out of conventional systems, so they're still using them. But the thing is, in the scenario we're talking about, you've run out of conventional systems. You haven't got the depth. Russia has the depth for resources because mostly it's just been left there. If they could have got money for it, they'd have sold it. But the thing is, they have the depth, so they are chucking components in there. They are literally sending in T-62s to provide direct fire support. Yes, but they have resources to chuck in. That's what they're doing. If they didn't have resources, that's when you start to get to the problematic stage, and that's probably what's worrying certain people. That's a logical argument I can see for why the current administration in America is acting the way they are when it comes to Russia at this point. It's because looking at the amounts of losses the Russians have sustained, they are not that. They are still, whilst they are still fighting, they are not that far off point where which they reach a critical point where their conventional resources could go down low enough that they are forced to actually consider using extremist weapons. There is a logical progression. I don't necessarily agree with that logical progression or that projection of usage, but that is a line you can go down. And yeah,
I have a question, completely changing the topic, but I do have a question for Dr. Clarke. Do you think that the Royal Navy would try, if they had a ultra high rate of fire main battleship caliber gun that had a water jacket on it, to pass it off as a boiler unit?
Depends. Who are you trying to pass it off to? Me and Drac, or the Treasury? Oh, might as well give them half a chance. What if a boiler unit will get through it? They'll do a boiler unit.
What is its fire? What is its fuel source? 16-inch ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are at 4 hours 11 minutes on the clock.
Any more questions before we finish for the evening? Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you very much for all the super chats and the super thanks and those things which were done. Thank you for all the memberships and all those things. It really does help the channel grow and helps the channel keep going. And, well, this week there are going to be some hopefully very interesting videos. I've done my best to record as many of them as I can before this week started and have them put up, and so hopefully they should all be live because I know this week's going to be a bit of a busy week for me. And yeah, it should be fun.
I love Hayes Gray's idea for a name for that boiling vessel. Call it a 16-inch kettle.
To be fair, that wouldn't be a surprise for me. Steve is now sleeping.
Hey, Greg, this tea is banging.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed, and yeah, we peaked at around about 90 viewers on YouTube and about 20 viewers on Twitch. So we've had about 100. Some points we've had 110 people. Currently, we have 74 people watching us, according to the system in front of me. So thank you to all of you for watching. Hope you enjoyed.
And thank you, Steve, for facilitating YouTube chat's questions.
Yes, we will. Me and Runon will go off and have conversations with the bots and YouTube and just go, what's up with you?
Possibly involving a hollowed out and then refilled with lead baseball bat. So.
Oh. Yeah. It's lovely when you see questions by people and you know they've done a lot of they've got some research or they've got some thought behind them and they come in, and then you go, I know if I respond to that, I'm gonna crush some of your fondly held ideas. Because
Melanie, that's not really a
because someone's just
bendy.
commented on one of my videos. It was the Romans who brought in the idea of using land combat at sea. For their legionnaires to fight. And I know because they've got to put in all sorts of research about what the Romans did, that they've done a lot of reading on it. But the fact is, of course, it wasn't the Romans. It was around long before the Romans. The Romans learned it from the Carthaginians, who taught it to them in the crucible of war. And the Carthaginians were descendants of the Phoenicians, who'd also inflicted it on the Greeks, who'd learnt from them. And, yeah. It's fun. But it's also, so that sometimes I have to say the one thing I sometimes feel a little disjointed, that sometimes when I know my response to a comment is going to potentially ruin someone's fondly held beliefs, I do feel a bit cruel. Yeah, I did discuss some to historians and a few other things, but yeah. There are Egyptian hieroglyphs that I'm finding that way, and yeah. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to Fleet, who's of course had to go to bed. Thank you to Foxo, who was the first one here tonight. She was eagerly waiting for it. Thank you to Dragon, Runon, for being here and doing all stuff. Thank you to Steve for acting as our bot. And just thank you everyone for being here. I hope you enjoyed and I hope you found it interesting. Take care, everyone, and toodles.
Catch the majority of us tomorrow at, I think, what is it, 5 p.m. British?
5 p.m. UK time.
Sometime after 5 p.m. GMT, because fleet with timing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, more after is more better because that's 1 o'clock my time for the next couple of weeks. So.
What can I say? Foxo seems to really enjoy the Bruships almost more than I think she enjoys the ramblings, although I would never force her to say anything on that lines because it might make her feel like she's
potentially because Bruships is slightly better controlled.
I don't want to come as rude, but Bruships has a almost 0 chance of Cyclic showing up, and he puts me to sleep.
Oh, poor Cyclic.
I don't want to come off as rude, but
I mean, people say, okay, as much as I like listening to Drax videos, if I have insomnia, I load up one of the last 6-hour-long dry docks, and I'm usually asleep within 30 minutes.
You see, this is the thing. I love those videos, and I love for listening through them. But for me, the trouble is for me, if I listen to them late at night, I know that if there was any chance of me getting in sleep, there won't be, because I'll be sparked off, burrowing through books, going through things and different ideas, because they just give me so many ideas. I love those videos, but I have to watch them after I've slept, because otherwise I will not sleep. But they are cool videos. There's so many questions on them. There is a reason why I do, but my equivalent is a live show, Bruships, on a Sunday, rather than a recorded one, because A, I like the immediacy of answering the questions, and B, in some ways it allows me to focus, because I know if I was doing it the same way as Drac, my equivalents would be like 12 to 15 hours long, because I would go off in so many different random directions because of the way my brain works.
Stafford, Drac, every day of the week, twice on Sundays. Drac's videos have, beyond the information in them, which is good, Drac's videos have one unbeatable quality. a very narrow volume band. Luton is all over the place because he puts sound effects and music and this, that, and 19 different other things into his videos. They are very highly produced videos. They are not conducive to me falling asleep.
And this is the differential between me and Drac, because you can tell the difference in our training in various versions of public speaking. He's trained to speak at council meetings, at discussion points, and he's very good at keeping an even tone. I'm trained to be a university lecturer. One of the things we're trained to is not to keep to an even tone, so that the students can't fall asleep when we're talking for 3 hours. So automatically years of training has made me like this, which is why when people go, "Oh, you do weird voices, you do this, that's not very university lecturer like you," and I go, "It actually is. It's very university lecturer like me, because it's literally how we manage to keep the students awake for 3 hours when we're talking to them. Because the odds are you either have them first thing in the morning, or you have them last thing in the day when they've already had 3 other lectures that day, and they really don't want to be in another one." It's fun.
Yep. We'll admit, as someone who's been through university, when it's a case of you getting to that 3 o'clock start lecture, or even worse, if it's a 5 o'clock lecture start and it's going to go till 7 or 8, yeah, no, you're just drained from the rest of the day.
Yes, and if the lecturer doesn't keep changing their voice, you will be asleep.
And especially for like 100 level history courses where that you're functionally forced to be there. At least with a third year, or fourth year course, you're usually genuinely interested in the subject. And at that point, it's just a matter of, can the instructor do their job of making the subject interesting and palatable to the audience?
Yeah. It's all fun.
Trust me, they can have a hard time with that. Talking about the
Oh,
different
no, I
types
understand.
of railway steel till 7 o'clock at night. Ooh, not fun times.
Melanie, the issue with bilge pumps is that there's a hosting issue and it has not been rehosted.
It's getting moved to
And then
YouTube, and we need to start recording new episodes, but we haven't had the time. We haven't had the time. We've all been so busy, but we are going to start doing some, and they're going to. It's something. How to put this? We're still sharing, very much active, chatting away, working out what ideas for an episode would be. It's one of the things we just haven't done it, and we need to bite the bullet and do it. We need to find the time in a day, basically.
It also doesn't help when
it's
one
going to
of the
be
members is on.
yeah. It's going to be easier if I can start to get to the point that my videos are back to where I like them, where I'm recording roughly 3 to 4 weeks in advance. Then that makes life a lot easier.
Hey, Cody.
Hello, everyone.
But,
it has been
all
a
right,
while.
shall we donk this?
Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and good night. And thank you, Cody.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Paul.